Sandra all the time is here with a cold hard truth. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. Tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama, call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra. And
That's right, folks. Everyone is telling their mama about the cold hard truth. Welcome to another episode with more truth telling, more problem solving, and of course, more tea spilling than ever before. Sit back, students, grab your tea and turn up the volume because class is now in session. Call in at 936-2626 because your voice matters. Share your opinion on issues that matter the most to you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Friday. Who's here with me? Honey child. Got a frog in my throat this morning. How is Radio Land? Instagram? Gosh, y'all have fallen off post-election. Y'all got to keep up over there on IG with what's happening in this country. Every day it's something. It sure is. Happy Friday to everyone. Blessed Friday to everyone. Roll call. We are here for it. We got to talk about the formation of the government. Let me send out the links. Hold on one second. Everybody good? It's a beautiful day. Yes, it sure is. Hold on one second. Everything, my apologies, got a frog. Everything I can tell you has been just coming together in the studio here. You notice we haven't had any drops the last couple of days. I think we got the issue with our new equipment sorted out, and that has leveled off our audio for even when we have guests in the studio. So hopefully you're hearing them a lot better as well. And yes, 176 people already on YouTube. Poor Radio came on. Who is the 22 people over there watching them? Is that the 22 people that voted for Hunter? Nah, not even them. Hunter's probably sitting right here. And then we have 122 on Facebook, gone up to 127. I know that's all going to go up here a lot faster once I send out these links. So let me just type that in now. Toll-free number, courtesy of Flow. So you got to be a Flow customer. Courtesy of Flow. Did I spell courtesy right? Courteous. I said courteous. Courtesy. No. Courtesy. Is that right? Let me double check it, honey child. Because y'all know if I misspell it, y'all gonna have a conniption. Oh no, Sandy don't know how to spell courtesy. All right. Honey child, you gotta laugh at yourself. You have got to be willing to laugh at yourself. And yes, sometimes we make some epically stupid typing mistakes here. It's normally one or two things. It's either I'm doing it from my phone, and I gotta be honest, sometimes I'm not seeing as well from the phone as you think. But now I got my trifocals, so I know I'm doing much better. But I was lying to myself that I didn't need those until more recently. And then I'd be like, oh man, did I actually just post that? And then sometimes legitimately, it's not my fault. I get it right. My smartphone pretending to be smarter than me. Well, actually it is now with all this AI stuff. It's smarter than all of us. But it still changes stuff that don't make no sense. And I'm just here like, really? You changed that word and you got people thinking that I can't spell that? Like, seriously? You're supposed to be helping me find typing mistakes, not creating them. But it happens. And thank you to Lady T, who's always, Miss Tish, who's always pointing them out to me whenever she catches a little error. And we correct it. That's the beauty of modern technology is, somebody sees it, you can correct it quickly. And I laugh at myself and I laugh at the team sometimes when we get it wrong. Although, listen now, don't think I'm laughing all the time because I tell them, use Grammarly. It's not 100%, but I'm like, honey child, use it. And let's try to clean up our spelling because Lord knows we got to do better. So we hold them to standard. You better believe it. What a beautiful day in paradise. We're going to be restarting the news segment now the election is over on Monday. You'll be getting your daily news again from CMR. And I kind of feel like we're going to take an opinion poll a little bit later on the show because I do have a question for you guys in relation to formatting. And I want you guys to tell me, kind of what you think. Because there's a couple of different ways that we are going to do it. CMR TV is in the works. I'm so excited. Radio application. Now I can focus on the things that the election was kind of, had me not properly focusing on, just time constraints. So there are some things now that are going to come back online. I'm excited about those as well. So it's a beautiful day here. Let me check out the weather. We are in the process of actually doing some very, very interesting partnerships with people for both CMR TV and CMR Radio. So if you're one of those people who, has content, you got talent, you think you got talent, reach out to me, talk to me. Because we're going to sign up a couple people on board here shortly. And I think you guys are going to be really, really excited about some of the content that we have coming your way. Like, really excited. I'm excited. And, I am all about local talent. I'm all about inclusivity, diversity. And so I want as many of you as possible to reach out to me and we can certainly have a chat and you can see what's involved. Now, here's the thing. We're no fancy pants around here. You guys know we keep it simple. I believe in the KISS principle. What's the KISS principle, classy? Keep it simple, stupid. Yes, you guys don't get insulted when I say that, do you? I think everybody knows about the KISS principle. I use it myself. Keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate your life. And a lot of times it's really not even necessary to overcomplicate your life. So no, are we here building $1 million studio? No, Auntie Sandy has no $1 million to spend in a studio. You guys are crazy. But I'm willing to bet that when we put it together and you guys see what we have done, you will have zero issues loving every minute of it. You're going to say, wow, Sandy can do this on a dime too? Yes, honey child. Aunt Lottie told me to be frugal when you can. Yep. So we're going to do it. And I'm going to say the quality is not going to suffer because you're going to be more interested in the content than if I have an 8K camera recording it in $1 million studio with perfect lighting. Those things are pretty, but guess what? Every single morning, right now, we have over 530 people here. And you're not looking at anything pretty. In fact, you're not even looking at me at all. I'm going to pull up myself here in a second so you can. And then I'm going to give you a joke that Gigi told me the other day. She is such a girly girl. I got to tell you all about her. Oh, my God. Anywho, yes, you guys are going to love every minute of it. And I also believe in supporting other entrepreneurs. So I'm going to do like a masterclass and how to go out there and record your own content, get it production ready, and how to get it to me. Yeah. So all of that. Ooh, we're coming in a little bit bright today. Why are we so bright in here? Hold on, honey child. Speaking of lighting, something seems a bit off. Oh, I'm a little bit too white. All right, hold on. Let me try and fix my lighting. I think, give me 1 second. It's even bright for me. I'm a brown girl, child. Let's not confuse it. It could be the positioning of this light. So let me just adjust that the other way. Yeah, I have it away from me. I don't normally have it on me. And then I think this one over in the corner, I feel like somebody has adjusted this one a little bit. Let me play with this a bit. I'll turn this one down. Yes, honey child. All right, let me check it again. Sometimes I don't see it until I turn. Yeah, there we go. Isn't that better? Whew. Honey child, y'all were like, oh my God, Sandy, when did you become white? I was a white person all along, fooling you guys. Somebody said the other day, I meant to respond to that because y'all made me chuckle. Someone said, wow, Sandy, you're looking so clear. Are you bleaching? I was like, really? Are y'all crazy? Who would be bleaching this beautiful brown skin gal? No. Bleaching for what? I'm like the perfect color. Oh my God, whatever color you are the perfect color. Even if you're super, super white, that's the perfect color for you because that's how God made you. So just be happy with it. No, sir. That bleaching stuff gives you cancer. Don't fool with that stuff. Some of y'all be bleaching. I'm like, oh man, I can't believe that you bleach. So good morning. Let me tell you about my little girl. She's so funny. 8 years old. She's going to be 9 in August. August baby like me. And so the other day we were somewhere. I can't remember. I don't even know how the discussion came up. Someone said something. And she's like, yes, mom. And your mascara is you always get it on your eyelid. I'm like, she's such a girly girl. Can I just tell you guys? I'm in trouble. She wants to get into makeup already and hair clips and all sorts of stuff. And yes, I always get it on my eyelid. She's absolutely right. Because I don't have time to get the Q-tip and clean it up afterwards. So she'd be eyeing me. You're coloring outside the lines, mom. Good morning. Happy Friday. Good morning. Oh, Abby, Irvelyn, all the usual suspects are here. Aw, I love you guys so much. Hi, Jamie. Fresh Joe. You notice that a lot of the trolls have left us alone now that it's post-election time. They're not here anymore. So they just pop in to annoy us. And to, where's Morne? How is his last name pronounced? I'm pretty sure I'm slaughtering his last name and I'm mispronouncing it. Give me his last name, because of course we have to talk about him. He loves being talked about, is the conclusion that I've drawn. Somebody said to me yesterday, this man is hell-bent on making enemies. And I said, well, we got time for him on a Friday afternoon, Friday after show. So we'll get to him later on. But yes, what a beautiful day. And that the trolls are starting to go back into their little holes. Don't go back, trolls. We want you to stay here for the duration. And the duration means every single day you come. Okay, honey chill. Where's Morne? Somebody go wake Morne up and tell him we're live and he must come and log on. Gosh, show that you've got some stamina for it. If you're going to come at Auntie Sandy, please have stamina for me, because I'm going to have stamina for you. Don't you think? I think so. Oh my gosh, this is so funny what somebody just sent me. I love it. I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. So yesterday I was telling you guys, oh my God, I was out of space again on my computer. And I was like, oh man, it's like you have no space left to even open up Dropbox. I was like, oh. So I had to call in my expert, the IT man. And Gigi calls Dad the fun guy. He's the fun guy. I had to call him. When I call him, it's not for fun guy, not Mr. Fun Guy. It's Mr. IT man. I need your help. So he came in and he looked at it and he's like, I mean, I can see it's full, but I need to know, what's causing it to be full. So come to find out, it's all the election videos that my video guy, we got a video guy now. Woo-hoo-hoo. CMR is expanding. We got a website guy. We got a graphics guy. We got a news women. We've got social media girls. And, we're going to have a street girl. Maybe I should not use street girl. Ooh, Elizabeth might not like that. Not street girl, but interview girl, street interview girl. And now we got a video guy. And we got a CMR TV guy who's building that. We got our tech. We got a couple tech people. Oh my gosh, the team is expanding. Hallelujah. Where's my hallelujah button? Because y'all know I can't sing. Hold on.
Praise the Lord.
There you go. There you go. There you go. So yes, expansion is on the horizon. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. So, honey chow. What was I telling you? Oh yes, the IT guy, Marlon. He is definitely unpaid, let me tell you. So I had him come and look, and it was all the videos from the election because they're big files. So I had to unlink them from my computer. Once I did that, that was like 1 point something terabyte. Poor computer was struggling. So once I unlinked that, it was all good. Went all the way back down. I was like, phew, out of the red. That C drive is now out of the red. So it's all good. We got stuff backed up and everything around here. Everything's looking amazing. We got a new studio equipment. So hopefully we are less likely to be tripping out on the radio. I'm so excited. Life is wonderful. What can I say? Absolutely beautiful. You got to be grateful in all things. Be grateful. And so I got a letter to the editor this morning that we are going to be posting up. This is what somebody just sent me that had me chuckling. Never underestimate an old woman who is also fluent in foul language. And it's got a little rooster there. And foul is spelled F-O-W-L. That kind of foul because it's a rooster. I have to explain it for radio listeners. You guys know what I'm doing. All right. So thank you, ma'am, for sending that all the way from America. Oh, hold on. We're coming to that here in a second. All the way from the US of A, honey child. So President Trump, we're not really talking about him, but I wanted to slide this in there. He continues to get on my nerves. This morning, I woke up to see the news headlines that he is defunding NPR and PBS. Oh, Trump, please. Not NPR and PBS. Those are educational programs. Don't you want your people to be smart? and educated? Like, why not? Oh my God. What a mess. I don't know what to say. Ay, 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 caramba. Someone said, don't forget to encourage your viewers to like the YouTube page. Well, the funny thing about YouTube is the YouTube page consistently now has more, during the show, it has more live views than Facebook. But then after the show, Facebook makes up for it because we do have a lot more followers on there. So yes, please like the page if you haven't. We have 7.56 thousand subscribers. Right now, 348 watching just on YouTube alone. But yeah, follow the YouTube page. I must admit that we're more active on Facebook, but follow all the channels. That's good advice. Follow the news channel on WhatsApp as well. Thank you, viewer, for reminding me of that. And we're here for it. Hey, Paul, joining us from Bermuda. Abby says, I'm optimistic. We're going to get to why there's so much optimism here this morning. Absolutely love it for everyone. Wagwan, Lala, Wagwan. Right here, honey child. Look at Miss Shirley. Look at Dawn. Onelia is here. So, Onelia, you're one of the newer ones. And we're gonna, Onelia, I've had a lot of people request that you be blocked. And I said to someone yesterday, because they've also requested Morne to be blocked as well, or Morne, or whatever the heck his name is. I don't even know how it's really pronounced. Morne, I suppose. They've requested him to be blocked. And I have said, no. I'm going to give him more rope. My Aunt Lottie always used to say to me, give people enough rope to hang themselves. And when you hear that she probably always told me that, but when you hear it and you start to understand what that means, just give it time, give them time, and you don't have to do anything to them because they're going to do it to themselves. So yeah, we're going to continue to give him enough rope. Now, Auntie has the patience of Job most days. Most days. Notice I didn't say all the time. Most days. And then there's some times that I don't have the patience of Job and it's going to be kaboom. But most of the time, I just let you go on and on and on and on and on. And then when I've had enough, there's no going back. You see, that's why I am not so quick to forgive as perhaps some people like, oh, unblock him, Auntie. And I'm like, you know how many years I've been suffering with this fool in the comment section, day in and day out. And finally you got warned and you didn't listen, and you got another warning and you didn't listen. And then I finally blocked you, and you little sour saps are here, soft saps or whatever it is, here begging for people. Oh, you don't know the sufferation. You don't know how long I've been suffering. So yeah, at that point, I have had enough, So yeah. Next week, Friday is a big day. So next week, Friday, we will have, I don't know that we need to have I need to be to court for 10 o'clock. So I think we can go, we have to cut it right at 9:30 so I can get there on time. Big news, it's my Court of Appeal hearing next week, Friday. You guys are welcome to come because it's open court. Dr. Frank, where's Dr. Frank? Sylvia, I know you normally listen. Please tell your husband, cousin Frank, that I will be in court on Friday and he's welcome to come because I know he's a little bit low-key obsessed as well. And he loves keeping up with all of my court stuff. Now, he always thinks that it's going to be working not in my favor, and that's why he's always blagading about it. So you got to blagad about the success stories too. Come on Friday. It's going to be an interesting day. Come on Friday, honey chill. Oh, Mr. Dexter. Good morning, Mr. Dexter.
It's going to be
turn that radio down for me, honey child. Come, Miss Stacy. Hello, Mr. Dexter.
Good morning.
Good morning. You sound more tired than me, honey child. Have you been drinking?
I
haven't even had my cup of coffee yet. But you know what? I'm
Yes.
breathing. The air is so light.
Aye.
I'm breathing again.
Nice.
My lungs are crying out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's such a wonderful feeling to know that we got rid of the past government. But there again, you know, there's a couple that I have my reservations about that is on selection. But we can't put them down because we don't know what their performance will be. You know, and do we trust them? I don't know. But we as a democratic country have to give these people, the elected members, that's going to be our next government. We have to give them an opportunity to prove themselves worthy of what? Of my vote. You know, and I'm asking the people of this country, the country that I love, the country that I call home, to give them a chance. Stop being so critical. Why didn't they, the people that are being critical, why didn't they run? Of course, we didn't need any more than the amount of people that were.
Oh, God, don't encourage any more to run, honey child.
And that was a problem with a lot of people. Everybody got on the bandwagon, not because they want to help the country. They got in the bandwagon because of the money that the politicians make. But what they need to do now is reduce their salary and see how many people they would want to run. But anyway, you know, besides anybody, I'm here to say, folks, give these people a chance to prove themselves.
Yes.
We need new blood. Some of them didn't have any experience. But when McKeever went on, did he have any experience?
Well, he probably had experience annoying women already and harassing them.
Yeah. But I'm talking about running the government.
I mean,
you know,
he's continued to do that for years.
That is one of the craziest things I've heard. Oh, these young ones don't have. I mean, I was almost convinced I was going to vote for Jordan. But I decided I wanted Ralston after he proved of his record. And I think that was a good choice. But I hope Jordan and his dad don't hold it against me for voting for Ralston. I mean, I tell it like it is. But, you know, we need people that is well versed in what they're supposed to do, people that can implement working solutions for this country. And that is what we need.
Yes.
You know, it's so sad that the government of the past government, not the past government in years, the one that just been kicked out, you know, that have wasted so much money and left the country broke. People got to remember that. And the government that is now in, that will be coming online, people got to give them a chance because there's going to be cuts and not no handouts. Otherwise, we might as well bring Julie and her cronies and back into the government. It's so sad that people like Julie she had a lot to offer, but she did not see it. She left the government broke. Look at the education system. You know, somebody said to me, oh, and why don't I, you know, why am I voting for Ralston? I said, because he has proven his implemented working policies for this country. Oh, but you know, 60% of the students are still failing. It's not his fault because Julie came in and wiped out a lot of stuff that was good.
Yeah.
for the country.
Not
And
just let me make one slight correction to what you're saying, Mr. Dexter. Not just her, the previous PPM administration, because remember Ralston hasn't been there, I think, for at least 12 years. So it's been
right.
the PPM, it's been the PPM government, because they also had Tara Rivers in charge of education. And trust me, Tara didn't do nothing for education. That was a dismal failure. So blame the PPM for that too. They want us dumb and unread, I guess. What a hot mess.
You know, Sunday.
There's hope on the horizon, I think.
I'm looking at the sun right now. The sun is shining bright.
Yes, I agree.
Anyway, I'll keep on listening on the radio. I'm going to walk my dog right now.
Thank you so much. Girl. Did I give you one of those little portable radios so when you walk your girl, you can still listen?
Yeah, why not? I tell you, I'm like the Irish. I tell you, anything that is free.
Okay. No, I thought I'd given you one already, but I'll get one to you.
No.
All right. We'll get you sorted out.
Okay.
All right, honey.
Give me a call when just give me a call when it's ready, because I'm not into tech. You know, teaching me all this new technology is teaching a jackass to drive a motor car.
No worries.
Anyway, folks, all I'm asking, I'm begging you to give this government the opportunity to prove themselves. I mean, I'm 78 years old, and time is just flying. So 4 years is not very far off.
78. Wow. Bless you.
You know, I'm 28 years. I'm 28 years young with 50 years experience.
Thanks you, Mr. Dexter. Have a good day.
All right, then, Sandy.
Happy Friday.
Okay, bye.
All right, folks. It's Friday. Everybody feeling lovely? Everybody feeling irie? Yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Dexter. Appreciate it. So let's get into it. Almost 800 people here. Jane says, clearly Trump never watched Sesame Street or Mr. Rogers either, or with any of his 5 children. Oh, my goodness. I love NPR. And I'm an NPR girl. Not so much PBS, but PBS has a couple good shows as well. It's just that I tend to listen to NPR like podcasts and radio. And if I watched more TV, I'm sure I'd probably watch more PBS. But yeah. All right. So hot mess express around here. Good morning, Mirror Star, Perla. Yes, I think we just went over 800 folks. Beautiful. So the government has when I say the government, we've got 19 elected members. Let me show you who they are in case some of you didn't get the memo. And then we have the people who are going to make up cabinet and caucus that have now come together as well. Oh, before we get to that, let me just say quickly that yesterday, multiple people, at least 2 people, as the show was coming to an end, sent us one sent a video and one sent a still photo of the sign for Joey Hugh up there. I'm assuming it's by his office, because he uses his family business, I guess, as an office. And I think his wife has her business and stuff there as well. So, good morning, caller.
Hi, good morning. I'm glad that you sound happy.
Oh, I'm always happy.
So beautiful.
Thank you so much, Silvina. Buenos dias, mama.
Buenos dias. Me gusta verte tan feliz. But one thing I'm going to tell you, and you grew up with an older person.
Yes.
So this is what our grandmother used to tell us. The problem one is not who stays.
Say that again.
So the person that makes the problem, when they say, in our home, we used to say, oh, he likes stay. Because he goes stay. So if I'm home, or I'm driving going to work, which I go outside every day, I love your program. I love the truth. I love everything. But I do not bring back nothing to Dr. Frank. For one.
Yes. Point taken.
For one, for Dr. Frank, peace of mind. I've been with him for 15 years. I do not see him.
15 years already? Wow, you're a good woman.
Exactly. I do not like to see him get upset. I try to be on the calmer side. For all both of us is to Libra together, which I try to level it out. But as I said, for this coming years, I getting old. I'm 50.
Yes,
Frank is getting up there too.
He's in his 70s, right? 70 something.
Yeah, he's in the late 70s.
Wow.
So I don't want.
Girl, one of these days I'll ask you offline about the age gap because I'm always curious. But anyway, that's a whole different discussion.
I can tell you because I would not be the only one of the big age gap.
Oh, I know.
We are 26 years apart.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
So when he was living his life, I was not living mine.
Imagine. What a hot mess.
Right. I never even born. But that don't make me love him. I learn a lot from him. That I could tell you. He's like a teacher, like a father to me. You can take a good side of a person and learn a lot from it. And Frank have good sides. As I said, he maybe never do the right thing. And this is just him. But everybody do the right thing at times. Who is all right? Not even Jesus, they say, because he put his foot here on earth. And God is the right one. But wasn't Jesus, because the woman at the well. All of them things. So guess what? I'm happy for you, Sandy, but I don't carry nothing to my husband. I don't want to fight. Moreover, when he wanted to fight, I said, listen, leave her alone, leave him alone, leave everybody alone. Let's leave her alone. Right?
No problem, darling.
So, I love you. I love you.
Thank you.
Island. That's why I'm here. And you keep with that big smile. Keep
always, yes.
More and more and more. And take care of Gigi.
Thank you so much, darling.
You're welcome.
All right. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. All right, folks. Big news this morning. All the major headlines. Trump signs orders seeking to end federal funding for NPR and PBS. I'm sure they're going to fight that. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Nadisha says, I'm not going to lie. Anything over 10 years is a big age gap. Seriously. But do what you do. You know, I had to learn that the hard way, Nadisha, because my first husband was actually 15 years older than me. And after that relationship ended, one of the takeaways for me is that I would never be engaged with anyone who is 10 years older or 10 years younger. So for me, 10 years was it. That was the max. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I think, too, that just what you have in common, like the things to talk about after the newness wears off. And I think, yes, there is sometimes I sat back and I'm like, did I have daddy issues here? Why I was even going 15 years? Because you are impressed by the things that they've done and how they've lived their life. And as she said, you can learn a lot, but at the same time, that's fine, but I'm trying to live my life in present day. And he struggled with technology and all these other things. And it was hard. It was a struggle more than it should have been. And that's why I tell young people, when you're 17, 18, 19 years old, go date somebody else who's the same age as you. Maybe 1 or 2 years older, but don't be fooling with because these old men, they be trying to come at you because they just want somebody who's young and naive so that they can take advantage of you. That's why they're looking for young ting, because they know that there's a lot you don't know at that age, especially when you're 19, 18 years old. As you get older, of course, you learn, but I learned my lesson, Shell. The number of times that I had to show him how to check email, and then he would get all in his head like it was a conspiracy. I was like, oh my God, can you just learn a little thing? It was just too much of a divide. It really, really was. And so, nice enough and everything. But I said, after that, I said, never again. 10 years max. Because if you go too young, especially with men, you get a level of immaturity that you cannot deal with. Where's Selvin? Yes, Johan says, Selvin, please send proof of life. Are you okay? By the way, 2 elections in a row with healthy lead. Why y'all always coming up short? Selvin, can somebody please call Selvin? I am a little bit concerned. We do need proof of life from Selvin. We need him to jump into the comment section. Otherwise, I'm going to have to bring him some brownies and put under his nose to make sure he's still alive. Liana says, like those who exchange front for taxi service. No, it was $200 plus taxi. Oh, that's the new one. I thought you were talking about Matthew, actually, because he was offering $200 plus he was going to pay for the taxi. Okay, you're talking about McKeeva. My apologies. Child, I wonder, Milady. Now, somebody asked me this yesterday. If you guys saw the expose we did in McKeeva Bush, almost 900 people. Good morning to all of you. Someone said to me, how quickly do they take McKeeva's car back? Or is he going to still be driving it for the rest of the week? Or how does that work? I don't know. I have to ask that question because I honestly don't know. Have these ministers given the Tahoes back? And by the way, I understand, because remember, those were not personal vehicles, although they have treated them as such. I understand that one Tahoe in particular is in such bad condition from the what's it called? Smoking and everything else that was going on in it, that they're basically saying that that vehicle cannot be used by anybody else. They should charge that person. I'm sorry. I'm not about wasting government money. If it really is that bad, like you can't get the smoke out, they should charge that former minister for that Tahoe. You should have to pay the people of the Cayman Islands the $70,000 back for basically destroying that Tahoe. There should be no smoking allowed in a government vehicle. But you see, this is what happens when you go out there and buy government assets and you do whatever you please with it. There's no use. There's no policy use. There's nothing that was attached to those vehicles. And I blame Cabinet Office. I blame Juliana O'Connor Connolly. I blame every single minister that went out there and made those unnecessary purchases using the vehicles. And I also blame the civil service, because as cabinet secretaries, you guys are should have been stepping up to the plate and saying, no, this can't happen. And if you're going to purchase these vehicles, you need to have a policy in place about use. No fornication in the vehicles. Don't use it for personal use. No smoking, no drug use. John, Kenneth, you can't take it to the, what was that event that he took it to the other day? Capella. You can't take it to Capella and have strangers sitting in it, drinking, no Vaseline. All these things should be big no's. You should be treating, yes, there should have been a policy around this. You should be treating it as a government vehicle. In fact, you should not even be driving it yourself. It should become part of the protocol fleet of vehicles. And if you need a car, you request a car. There's a form you fill out. You say what official business you're requesting it for, et cetera, et cetera. It is such a liability. So John crashed his, but imagine if one gets stolen, if it's at their house and it gets vandalized. There's just too many things that could go wrong. It just doesn't make any sense. So come on now, get it together. And I'm expecting this new government, once they're sworn in, to make this an immediate thing that they do, because this is really, really easy to fix. You just go to the civil servants, you say, listen here now, this has been a problem, fix it. Enough said? Ugh, Gina says a whole heap of sanitation, girl. That's like when I get in a rental vehicle sometimes. Oh my God. I had one, where were we the other day? It was Miami. And I normally rent from the same people every single time. Sometimes I get the same vehicle every single time. Anyway, we had a rental from another company, renting from Hertz. And I haven't rented from Hertz in years. In fact, I used to be one of those Hertz like Prime members or whatever they were back in the day. And I learned that there are companies, especially in Miami, that can pick me up at the airport and drop me off because, child, I have so many luggage, so many pieces, I have to do that. And that just worked out better for me. So I hadn't had to return it to the car center, get on the bus, get on the shuttle, all this kind of stuff. But we took a quick trip, Marlon and I, last year. It was just the two of us for a couple of days. Actually, I'm sure Gigi was there. Anyway, I got in the vehicle and the vehicle was so dirty and so nasty. Like I didn't want to touch anything. Crumbs everywhere. You can see it was not cleaned. I was like, oh my God, you know me, germaphobe. I'm like, I need gloves to be able to touch the steering wheel, trying to wipe stuff down. It was just disgusting. So I can only imagine after they've been driving around with this, vehicle for so long that what on earth? Denny, what do you think? Ugh.
I think that enough has not been said about the government provided vehicles yet. So,
well, I'm the only one who's talking about it. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Money was appropriated by the government for the budget to fund it.
Say that one more time.
The previous government,
yes,
appropriated monies to fund this budget. That's why the civil servants are doing it. So the solution is not to say to civil servants, fix it. The solution is for the new government to exercise their authority to make policy and reverse the policy.
Well, there was no policy. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, no, there had to be, because that's how it ended up in the budget.
It didn't
remember.
No.
You remember?
Let's back it up.
You just a couple of days ago, I think, who was it? Go ahead.
Let's talk about the vehicles.
Okay.
How they purchased these and what they did, right? They approached Ween Panton, and I of course I always stand to be corrected, but this is my understanding of what happened after hearing the story multiple times. They approached Ween Panton and they said, one person said, oh, we want to get our own drivers. We want to do this. We want to do that. And he was not in favor of it at all. He said, no, if you need a driver, contact protocol and they can get you a driver. The previous administration, which was the progressives, right? They had purchased at the end of their tenure, they had purchased a new Range Rover or Land Rover, whichever one it is that they have, for the use of the Premier. So I guess Mr. McTaggart was thinking he'd have a brand new Range Rover to utilize. Of course, they didn't take the government. So Juliana O'Connor Connolly had that. My apologies. It would have been first Ween Panton had that car. He refused to drive that car. He would not use it. He had his own, electric vehicle. He would drive his own car to work and let his driver drive that car, because the protocol insisted that he needed to have a driver. They're like, listen, there's certain things, you're premier of this country. There are certain things that you need to do, et cetera, et cetera. So he kind of caved in and said, all right, fine. If you guys insist I have a driver, especially to official events, but the driver is going to have to drive my car. So the driver was driving his personal vehicle. He refused to use the protocol Range Rover. Okay. Now, Chris Saunders, of course, was the lead in a lot of bad behavior when he was in government as deputy premier. He comes in, he needs a driver. Sometimes I'm so tired. Well, now we know why he was tired all the time. Not for nothing, but now we know. I'm so tired. I can't drive home by myself. What if I crash and something happens to me over after an official event? We're like, well, that hasn't happened very often in government. So what makes you so special? Anyway, Premier Panton said, you can have a driver, but that's what the protocol office is there for. Contact them and they will arrange for you to have a driver. So Chris Saunders got a driver as deputy premier. When he got a driver, all of a sudden, Kenneth, Jay, Isaac, this one, that one, everybody but Sabrina, pretty much, and I don't think Andre did either, they all then wanted drivers. And he was like, what on earth? No. So they couldn't get a driver, so then they wanted a car. And they went out there on their own and used the discretionary portion of their budget where, they can move things around. And they went out there and had their chief officers and the finance person in their ministries procure these vehicles. And lo and behold, the first one showed up. And then Wayne's like, where is this vehicle coming from? And then the next one starts to come. And they all collectively, without his permission or authorization as the head of cabinet, went out and sourced and purchased these vehicles from their discretionary budget. And that's what they did. And there has never to this day, I have inquired, been any sort of policy around the purchase or the use of these Tahoes. And this to me is extremely egregious.
Well, if that's the case,
yes, sir,
that needs to stop immediately. And we need to have a discussion about this discretionary budget. But it's not like we have money just floating around with nothing to do with it. This country has some serious debt.
Yeah.
We need to get out of it. We have serious unfunded liabilities that we need to fund. Okay? Those have already occurred.
Yep.
And we need to make sure that we get books in order. This foolishness of wasteful spending needs to stop. So we need to start having some CMR style conversations about how finances need to be restructured. We need some real transparency. I hope that the traditions of the past of hiding things don't continue. I hope that what happens is the government proactively tells us about things rather than us having to go investigating rumors.
Yes, absolutely.
So I'll leave it right there.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Saw another caller trying to get through 936-2626. I've been trying not to have multiple people on at the same time, but let me just ring you back. And yes, I totally agree. YouTuber, yes, that's a fact. That ain't hearsay. That's factual. All right. Good morning. Hello, good morning. Welcome, caller. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, caller? All right, we called them back, but I couldn't hear them. Charlene says, I'm feeling extremely hopeful and ecstatic. All right, we, the people, money. Yes, Gina, that's our money. And so this, in my opinion, is a complete waste of it. Lucky Body says, Diddy Freakoffs had Chris weak. Yeah, seems that little did we know. I'm going to address that in a second, too, about the freak-offs, Lucky Body. Good morning, caller. Can you hear me? Morning, just turn off the radio in the background for me, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm just calling on the subject about the government vehicles.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to comment for the listening government of the day now. Here. I remember as a past government employee that one of the statutory authorities were asked a question and some comments were made in a meeting when they were trying to cut back on costs in relation to the vehicles of that company. And I'm going to say his name, but God rest his soul, Mr. Donny Ebanks. He brought to the National Road Authority a question in relation to vehicles. And he was making a comment at the same time. In his time of being the acting governor, whatever his role was, he was a high minister in government. He never once used the government vehicles because he paid a handsome enough salary to not need to use government vehicles.
Yes.
So the same that applied to him then, we're paying our employees a handsome enough salary, and people in government employment in general are paid a handsome enough salary that I think I don't feel that we should be providing vehicles for them to be running around in.
Yep.
They cut off a few years ago. They were saying that the gas, and they were trying to do some analysis and trying to save on gas at the government gas station at Public Works. And this was one of the reasons I was put to do a survey on that and try to save them, help them with doing some stuff. We came back and discovered where gas was being used for personal use in our government vehicles, where police cars found, and this is stuff that I went around and found out myself. Police cars were being used for personal stuff, driven home, leave at home until next shift. bunch of government vehicles, NRA vehicles, public works vehicles. And when I had to speak about it, they wanted to throw me under the bus. So I'm just in support of what Mr. Donning was asking those people.
Yes.
And I want those entities to hear and to try to implement, because this is a savings, a great savings towards our company. Look at what the cost of one of those tacos are. $70,000.
You can imagine. And it's a depreciating asset, as someone rightfully pointed out. The second you drive that off the parking lot, that has already lost 20% of its value.
That's right. And these people are just taking the vehicles and using them like it's, they don't get held accountable for what happens with these vehicles, because they didn't have to fork out the money out of their pocket to buy them. I just want to leave you with that, and I want to keep my island to hear that.
Yes, thank you so much.
And sometimes, they get things put on the back burner and we never get it back to the front. But these things and stuff that they need to know about. I'm not going to identify myself because I know that you know who I am by my number.
No, I don't, but maybe I have you in my other phone. Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, Kiman. Have a good day. Have a good weekend.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, so I'm the worst when it comes to numbers. Don't ever ask me to memorize a number. Although I do still remember my childhood phone number, Aunt Lottie's number, back in the day, 813-248-8077. Some numbers you always remember, and that's one of the few actually that I have saved in my head. Denny, I have your number saved in my head because back in the day we used to chat on the phone so much that before the smartphones memorized everything. So I do remember yours and my husband's number, my number. Very few. I probably only got 5 numbers stored up here anymore because smartphones have taken over our lives. Government vehicles, honey child. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, honey child. How are you?
Hello, Miss Romelia. How are you?
I am blessed and highly favored beyond all measures.
Oh, nice.
God is good.
Yes.
Another beautiful day in paradise.
Oh, thank you.
And here giving thanks.
Thank you so much.
Honey child, the government vehicle that is destroyed full of smoke, who had it should be paying in full for that said vehicle. Who did not consider to cherish or care that vehicle with pride and care should be charged or should be made to pay for it in full. That fund should have gone towards housing for our people, or a restroom down in Martin Drive for our seniors who would have been down there without a restroom right now. The government vehicles, every last one of them should be taken back, sold, and put to the proper use. That fund should put to proper use. I have witnessed MIMP in Peppers with his driver and his friend and 2 chicks having dinner in our government vehicle. They are being abused, and it's not the first time. It's not only MPs. Police does it as well, as that caller said. I have seen it. Police are always in Windsor Park on our double yellow lines, running home or visiting a chick. Enough time it has been reported, but as usual, nothing comes out of it. Picking up their children from school, you have DEH vehicle, always constantly picking up their grandkids from school in the vehicle. And as far as I'm understanding, government vehicles should not be used to transport anyone except government employees.
Yeah. Well, you see, these are ministerial. Like I said, they purchase these vehicles. They're not counting them as regular stock for like when you have an NRA truck and all that kind of stuff. So those have use policies around them. These Tahoes do not. And in my humblest of opinions, that should not be the case. Never.
It should not.
Nope.
Should not.
Not at all.
They have their own vehicles.
Yeah.
Why don't they use their own vehicles? Why are they wasting the people's money? And I mean, they're wasting the people's money left, right, center, all wrong.
Yes.
All wrong. The place they're wasting the people's money. And you have some of them especially Kenneth Bryan, giving it away as a gift. Oh, Romelia, it's a gift we're giving them. Don't work these people too hard. All that is shameful. Let the people work for their money so that they wouldn't have to be beggars or what the word I'm looking for, to be under them. With always looking handout. Yeah. You understand? That is, oh my gosh, I really can't comprehend the foolishness of overspending.
Yeah, wasteful spending.
People's money.
You know, it's wasteful spending. Even if you have the money, quite frankly, there are certain things that are considered wasteful. And again, in my humble opinion, this is one of those things. It's completely wasteful. We've got another caller. Thank you, Mr. Amelia.
You're welcome.
Good morning, caller.
Morning, Auntie Sandy. How's it going?
Morning, dear. How are you?
You recovered from Wednesday night yet?
Yeah, man. That shot kind of took me out yesterday, I got to be honest. But I'm in fine form this morning.
Which one? Your boy in West losing or the shot that you drank?
No, I meant the Patron. What is that? What it's called? Yes. You missed it a while.
I saw you drinking something. I didn't know.
That is what. Listen, I put Elizabeth in charge of. I had promised her if McKeeva lost, we would have a shot together to celebrate. So of course, I'm a woman of my word, and people know I don't drink. So we were here live in the studio, and she said, okay, she gone to get the drink once we got the results that he had lost. Charlotte was so happy. Even Zeus was doing a little dance in the studio. So she went
to me. Poor Elizabeth catching help and making you a drunkard.
She went and got the drinks, and she took out some of the plastic cups. And next thing I know, she brings this plastic cup like with all this liquor at the bottom. I said, honey, this ain't a shot, because you know what a shot glass looks like. She's like, no, that's like half a shot. I said, please. So I actually poured some of it out into her cup, because I was like, you're not gonna make me drop down here on thing there for everybody to see. Sandy really can't drink. So I poured out some, and I took the shot, and I was still out for the count yesterday. I was like, no, sir. What a mess.
Listen, I call in because of the topic that you're on, and I'm not trying to be a contrarian. But
be a contrarian.
No, okay, but check this out. All right. Ain't nobody more frugal than me. You know that. I know that. Okay.
I might know of one more person, but yes, you're pretty frugal.
Oh, okay. All right. So yeah. But I'm just gonna say this. And I'm not advocating for wastage and unnecessary spending and all the rest of it. But the governor of the Cayman Islands gets a driver, gets a car, gets the perks, gets to live a fantabulous life in the Cayman Islands on our dime. We pay for everything. Okay. So let's just say government vehicles were purchased for the ministries, whether you agree with it or not. But we seem perfectly fine with somebody who is merely a civil servant from the UK getting all of those perks and benefits and things that you acknowledge as their office needing or deserving or being entitled to. But the minute our own people get a chance to, I don't know, elevate themselves, get elected, become a minister, whatever you want to call it, represent the country, we're losing our mind over a car, but yet a high-ranking civil servant from the UK who is here acting as the governor. Nobody says quin or quint at any of it. And I'm just making the point of we gotta love our people. We gotta love our system. We gotta love and respect the people that are leaders in our country. And I say this, and let me just qualify that. Ain't nobody give them hell the way that you do, the way that I do. We're both fearless. We talk straight, and we don't care about, we're not afraid of anything or anybody. But all I'm saying is, it's a car. If a minister goes to pick up their kid in a car, it's a government car. Like, really? This is what we're bitching about?
Yeah, we are. Watch your language. We're in radio.
Okay, there's hundreds of millions of dollars that get wasted every day, every week, every month, every year by the same people. And that includes high-ranking civil servants who are not held accountable. The difference is hold on, let me finish before you start defending.
I'm gonna let you finish. Go on.
We allow high-ranking civil servants to not be held accountable for anything that goes wrong. It's always the elected politicians' fault. Yet everybody's cool with everything. If we're serious about we need to do better, we need to save money, we need to look at how we spend, we need to hold everybody that touches the government purse and is responsible for the government purse accountable, not just the 19 people that we elected, because 19 people don't run the government, they don't run the civil service. Yet, project after project after project after project, there's always an issue, and the politician isn't responsible for the management of that project. They're responsible for the policy and the vision, but the execution gets done by somebody else. And I not heard nobody say quaha or complain or cry about any of that. So all I'm saying is, if the governor can get the perks, and he or she is nothing more than a British civil servant based in the Cayman Islands, surely a minister using a car can't be the end of the world for the Cayman Islands people, because we got much bigger problems than that. And I'll leave you there so you can beat me up now.
All right. Thank you so much, Johan. And it's really not a question of beating Johan up, but I am going to wholeheartedly disagree with Johan. And here is why I'm going to disagree with Johan. Okay. First of all, I think the governor, whether you want to admit it or not, is in a very different position than our MPs and even our ministers. They fall under her. And there is something to be said for order, like back in math class, order of operation. There is something to be said for that. Okay. So no, they're not on the same level as the governor. But you see, in their heads, and this is when you take people with bigger egos and they have, you know what, and you put them into government positions, they want to think that they're as important as the governor of the Cayman Islands. All of them wanted to think they were in the premier position. And that's how this domino effect all started with these vehicles. Oh, the premier has a car. So why can't the deputy premier have a car? Okay, the deputy premier has a car. So why can't all the ministers have a car? Okay, all the ministers have a car. So why can't all the MPs have a car? Okay, all the MPs have a car. So why can't all the permanent secretaries have a car? And it goes on and on and on and on. The governor is one person. It is a singular vehicle. She has had that vehicle since 2014, before she even arrived. And it has passed on from one person to the next. Now, let me remind you that that flag car was purchased, yes, by the Cayman Islands government. They acquired at the time a new Jaguar XJ in polar white for the governor's use. It was made through the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Office, allowing the government to secure the vehicle at a heavily discounted price of about $53,000. That is a 57% discount of the $125,000 retail price. Now, by comparison, let me show you when you allow elected officials to get in there and misuse the public purse. Where did the vehicles come from that we have purchased? These Tahoes? Look at this message. The Tahoes and the ministers got them through Chris Saunders and Canova Watson at Advance Auto. They were not given at a discounted price. So this now is where friend, scratch your back, scratch your bonk, your business is going on. Right. We didn't buy a whole fleet and said, give us a discount of 57%. We paid retail price for all of these vehicles. Now, you think the governor can be in that? And by the way, she has a designated driver. And I'm sure there's protocols around the use of that vehicle. I'm pretty sure she's not in there smoking. She's not in there fornicating. She's not in there allowing third parties to be drinking and partying at Capella in the back of the vehicle. This is nonsensical. So, Johan, on this front today, we have found your argument to have one too many holes on it to make any damn sense. No. Using a government vehicle to go pick up your children? No. Using a government vehicle to go to the bar and hang out? And having these women in the vehicle, I've seen them at Blue Marlin. I've seen them all over the place. So no, no, and no. Good morning, caller. Tell me what you're thinking this morning, honey child.
I'm back again. I just wanted to pick up the caller that was just talking about all of this stuff. In my time working with the government, I was penalized. They were accusing me falsely of using the government vehicles for personal use, but they were doing it themselves. I had videos on top of videos where they were in places with government vehicles that they should not have been, using it for their personal use. Lunch with this one, picking up this one, taking this one, going to this place, doing this. And
it should not be allowed.
It should not be allowed.
Yeah.
All respect to the caller, but what's good for one should be good for all. And I say it's wrong because I wonder if the caller can answer this question. Would he be willing to put the gas bill that is used for personal use from government vehicles when the bill comes? Would he be willing to pay?
Thank you. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning. I cannot disagree more. You know, someone coming from a foreign land to oversee a country is a complete different thing from one that reside in a country that already has a home.
Yes, and their own vehicles.
And their own vehicles. I would agree that the government, because it's their own personal vehicles, they top them up. They give them a monthly and maintenance for their cars, or yearly, or three months, or whatever. Have no problem. And this way is when, you know, you're not used to something sometimes. It's like a lollipop. You see a lollipop, the kids see lollipops and their mom don't let them have them all the time. All of a sudden they see a lollipop, baby, they goes crazy, right? And what happened to you, you should appreciate it more, because you're reaching a stage in life that you never know.
Yes.
And you never dreamed that you could have reached.
This right here, honey child. This is, as them old people would say, when you're not used to nothing.
Yes.
When you're not used to nothing, go buy a Tahoe on your own time. You're being paid enough money that you can buy a Tahoe. You can buy anything you want with that nice salary that we are paying you. If you want a Tahoe, if you want a Jaguar, you want a Mercedes, I don't care. It is your salary and you do with it as you wish.
That's right.
You know what? And you know what is so funny? Some of those same MPs had the audacity to then talk about, well, look at the premier, look at him. He gone and buy a because he had an Audi, whatever the electric cars are called. But that is his own money. Yes, ma'am. I'm like, he can buy whatever he wants. That's his money. That's not our money. So it's his money, and I don't care what he does with his money. That's his business.
And girl, I love to see people elevate, because we want to see our people elevate. But when you elevate, remember the reason you're elevating is because the country you live in, the people put you in, and these people is suffering while you elevating, while you taking your credit card and feed people and up and down and bars and restaurants, and you got your constituency that you hiding from and not doing anything to help them and not implementing the laws that will protect your people, then you're really wasting the government. You're wasting the people time. You're wasting our seat dazzles that they don't go sit in half the time because they don't want to face nobody.
Yes.
And they don't want the job. They just want to run up and down in these cars and this and that. People I know before had escorts and they wasn't worried. It's not the car. It's a class that you need to let people know this is who I am. It's not what you have that makes you a person. It's who you are and what's in you, because what's in you will show eventually. Don't care how you can hide.
That's right.
Eventually, you're going to be, yes, you're going to be known for who you are.
Yep.
So the people put you there. Help the people that they can get one little car to get to work by implementing jobs, raising the minimum wages, and all of these things is what they need to be looking about. But too much self is put into these workers. The MPs put too much self into themselves, and they forget their country. And I pray to God that those that have been chosen by the people, that they look out for the people. I mean, and I want you to do the same thing. Don't spare one. Anything that is done,
yes.
I want it to be called up. Not when the next election coming.
No,
right now,
real
when
time,
they do it,
real
once
time.
they do it.
Real time, yes.
Because we gotta keep up on the perks so that this country can get back
Yes.
in order and continue to do what you're doing. You're doing a great job. And, you know, I'm so thankful that the government is the government that they have chosen that, you know. All right. Have a good day, everybody, and a good weekend.
Okay. Thank you, my dear Miss Joyce Ann. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, bye. So yes, I mean, I have to agree with everything that she has said. It's wasteful. It's completely wasteful. And we need to really do better. It is time for accountability. So no, Bobo, not today. Johan, I could not agree with you. Oh, what's wrong with picking your kids up in the government Tahoe? Really? Really? Honey child, no. Go pick your kids up on your bicycle if that's all you can afford. But they are being paid handsomely. Did they not all have vehicles beforehand? As a matter of fact, Mr. Kenneth Bryan, I remember when he got in and he decided to buy his little truck. And he said to me, he said it at table, breakfast table. He said, Sandy, you know, I'm thinking about getting a little truck because sometimes I've got to do things to help my constituents and I need to carry stuff around and whatever. What do you think? And I said, yeah, I mean, it's your money. And I think it makes sense to, you know, but he didn't want people to think, oh, now he finally get, you know, a little ministerial job. He running out and buying a truck because he can afford it. Because before he couldn't afford it. Well, I don't care about that. If that was the case, then it is what it is. There's a lot of MPs who went in there broke. And this is the first time that they can afford a car on their own. So what? That's not, and I told him, I said, this is your money. If you want to spend it, to hell with what people think. Now, I don't care, like I said, what you're doing with your personal money. When you start to spend the people's money and you are using the people's vehicles, every single time somebody sent me a picture of him by Blue Marlin smoking in the car. Why is he hanging out by Blue Marlin? Why is he smoking in a car? That became something that was relevant to post on social media. If that was your private truck, then I was like, whatever. I don't care what the man doing with his truck. Vaseline in our government vehicles, crashing them into light pole. So remember now, that vehicle that John was driving, he crashed. No blood test to say whether he was drunk as a skunk or anything because the police mix up and all now. No accountability for that. We haven't heard that any officer has been reprimanded or fired. They tried to throw the HSA under the bus, and big shout out to the HSA. They came with their evidence and said, no, you don't. You're not going to do that today. It was the police fault. Where is the update on that? Not a single word. You feel me? So he has written off a government vehicle. How has that increased insurance on that vehicle? Did he have to contribute anything? You know, all of these things are factors that have got to be taken into consideration. If these vehicles were part of the fleet of cars for the protocol office, and protocol keeps a log when it is used, the mileage, the this, the that would be different. Every single one of those vehicles, who said this? Hold on now. And I have said it before, right? Let me show you now. Somebody said, yes, aisle 2025, government cars should be equipped with cameras. I could give you 1 million kabooms for that. Now, I'm not going to tell them come and buy their dash cams from me because then they got to say, oh, son, they're trying to make money off the government. Go and procure them yourselves. Although my price point is really, really good. I'm just saying. Put it in. I'll put in a bid for it. Every single government vehicle should be equipped with cameras, just like police officers should be equipped with dash cams. Do you know that our community police officers, their job is to be in the community, out there helping residents and building, you know, a rapport between the police, the RCMP, whatever. When they are on the job, they have to use their own private vehicles. Not even to them can get a police community car to be driving around in, some of them. And yet you all think that our elected officials, our ministers, should be driving around in a Tahoe at our expense? Not today, Bobo. And can we please get some information on how these Tahoes were procured? Because now there's a big question mark around that. Because apparently that's another friend mix up business with Chris Saunders and Canova Watson. Y'all see why he got voted in? Before I forget, and before I go any further, because we're going to talk about vote buying another day, but let me say this. One of the biggest vote buyers out there apparently is El Cheapo Chris. He found money to go out there and buy for votes. It's bad enough he buying for pums, but apparently he was out there paying $1,000 and $500 for votes. And I know this for a fact because even one little old lady, her family member, said, yeah, boy, she got her $500. And some entire neighborhoods, they didn't get fruit cakes. He was coming with the $1,000. Oh my God. Chris Saunders, you should be ashamed of yourself, except you not got no shame. If you think just because you got reelected because a bunch of donkeys voted you in, that I'm not going to continue to expose your dishonesty, your duplicitousness, and whatever for the next 4 years, you are sadly mistaken. I'm going to ride you into the sunset like that donkey that John is always confusing us about. Good morning, caller.
Good morning again.
Mm-hmm.
When you said that you would put in the bid, this is the next thing that needs to stop. People put in bid. Honest companies that have
an existing business license. Yes.
And paying the employees, the pension, all of this. Mm-hmm. They put in for these bids, but they have their friends. Mm-hmm. And if you look on some of the bids at Bonfire, it's the same company.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, they have now, most of the time, you can't even find who the company is, which is supposed to be stated on there who win the bid. But most time, you don't see the company stated. Some people on there might not understand, you know what it is, but for those that don't know, the government puts out if they want to purchase cars or they want to purchase bikes or they want to purchase any equipment or any work that is done. The government puts out there for you on a line, a website that you could actually bid. And if you bid and get the highest bid, then you can get the job once you qualify and you have your license and everything in place. These, I have known that it's over $250,000. And after $250,000, then it has to go to the
procurement.
I forgot. Yes, the procurement. So what I have known that has happened, because I know personally someone that won a bid, but the bid was for over $1 million and odd dollars. And when they win this bid, the person withdraw. They, whatever reason they find that they could withdraw that the bid, the person didn't get the bid. You know what they did? They did it in segments. They started and they gave 200 here and 200 there. And you know why they could do that? Because they're all working together. This is why sometimes you don't want a friend. I don't mind a coalition government sometimes because they're friend, and this one and that one. No, make us be open to see the transparency, because I'm not your friend. I'm here to work. Then you're going to be afraid if you see that I am not to come to me with that kind of dialogue, because you're going to realize that this is the wrong person. And what they need to do, if someone comes in there with this, report them. And don't just report them to Cayman, because sometimes they know the little police around here. Report them to the highest up there, England. Whatever you go through, you go to Miss Jean first for respect, because she is our governor. Go there first, and then after that, you know where to go otherwise. Because this needs to stop. The poor man needs to eat. He needs to feed his family. He pays for a business license every year. They pay for workman. They must survive. Why is it that only certain people can survive and continue to go up in life while the rest is not? Not because I a little half decent, that I don't care about my people. I'm not going to stop caring because Sabrina didn't get it. I care, and I genuinely care. And that makes a difference. That's why I was helping her, because I care about my people. When my people is hurting and I see them on the street, I'm not letting my heart cries out, right? Because they are my people. That could be me. That could have been my child. That could have been my niece, my nephew. By the grace of God, it's not because by the grace of God, it's not me. So sometimes some people just have struggles. They don't know how to pass, and they're not a bad person. They never got an opportunity because sometimes that job that they went for, they choose someone else and it wasn't rightful at their job, and they get discouraged. There are people here that not on drugs. There are people here that not doing the wrong thing. They're just discouraged. And we have to stop that. We have to lift up our own. Because I don't understand how we lift up everybody else and we can't lift up our own. So Caymanians, be wise. Go on the site. The website is called Cayman Bonfire. If you have a business and if there's something that you do in the field, go and bid on there. Have a good day.
Thank you, my darling.
You're welcome, honey.
Ay, ay, ay. What a mess. So what a mess. So let's read a few of the comments that have come in. Thank you so much to all the callers. 936-2626 is the phone line. Over 1,000 people online this morning. This person says the governor is in a different position / category. She's head of state representative. Can you imagine if something should happen to her on our watch? We have to take all necessary steps to ensure her safety, etc. And that's right. There is a difference. But you see, as Miss Joyce Ann first said, this is when people not got nothing in life. And listen, I am a proponent of our people getting some come-upses, as people would say, getting further than they ever thought was possible. Because look at us here in CMR, right? We've gotten places, not that we didn't think it was possible, but a lot of other people never thought that it was possible. And it's like, look at us now, honey child. Look at us. Yes, okay. So you don't listen to the naysayers. However, there is a difference between that and you getting a position serving the people of the Cayman Islands. You have a responsibility to be fiscally frugal with the people's money. You hear what I say? Fiscally frugal with the people's money. Value. That's why there's a procurement process and all these things in place. You're trying to get value at a decent or market value price, yes, but you're not in there to waste the people's money and to take advantage of the people. Just like I was telling you guys last week, McKeeva Bush, he was having party-related celebrations and functions when he first became premier, going to, what's the name of the place there? Pedro Castle, using the government discount scheme to get 50% off for himself and the benefit of his party. You don't do those things. Okay? You don't do those things. You don't use, just like we were talking about Lonnie Tibbetts, using the miles over at Cayman Airways for his own personal travel to go visit his female friends in Honduras. You don't do that. You pay for your own ticket. And if you don't have miles on your personal account, that's not our business. Chase in front is not official government business, in case y'all didn't get the memo. Make sure you got that memo. And I'm telling you, some of the stuff that they're doing in these government vehicles, if y'all knew the truth, you would be shocked and surprised. Now, of course, John wrecked his government vehicle, and guess what? They gave him another one. Now, McKeeva Bush, why did he have a vehicle? You see, it's a slippery slope, Johan, and this is the problem with it. It never stops. Where does it end? How on earth, because you have no policy in place, how does McKeeva Bush get one? He's not a cabinet minister, But you see, you go from cabinet ministers to parliamentary secretaries. Next thing you know, their girlfriends all want a Tahoe. You have to give one them. It's ridiculous. It cannot continue. And it's not even him driving it. It's Milady. What next? No, Bobo. We need standards around, yeah. Government vehicle, not for personal use, personal drives, or is it to give someone a ride to unless the person is a civil servant? And this is the regular fleet of government vehicles because they have a policy in relation to them. The government should tell the former ministers that we're driving these vehicles and have them issued bad shape, that they are theirs now, but it will come out of their salary each month, but at a rate that will be paid off in the next 4 years. Well, listen, if the government vehicle is now in such a shape and condition that after a year and a half, it has to be written off and nobody else can't even use it because it's in such poor condition, you should be held responsible for paying and reimbursing the Cayman Islands government for that money. I'm dead serious. And I don't care who don't like it yet this morning. All right, poll question is up. The question this morning, please go vote in the poll. I'll put it in the channel. The question is basically, do you think, I'm going to put it up here so some of you can scan the QR code. Should government MPs, I should really say ministers. Let me change that to ministers. Hold on, because it was ministers. Should government ministers use their own vehicle for non-official business? Like I said, the protocol office does have a fleet of vehicles, and they actually have a policy around those vehicles. These Tahoes that we're talking about, these were purchased individually by the ministers that felt that they needed one. So there is the question, the QR question, or the URL link, I should say, and I'm going to put here now up on the screen the poll question as well. Nope, not today, Bobo, not today. All right, we got to do better. There is the question. Should government MPs, and we're going to change that to ministers, use their own vehicles for non-official business? I say take all of those vehicles now, this coalition government led by TCCP, take all of those vehicles, give them to protocol. They will fall under the protocol office, the protocol policy, and that is the proper way to deal with it. Next commentator says, good morning. Expenditures. This is a perfect subject to start off with after general election. As for car allowances, etc., the drivers of all government-owned vehicles are required to maintain logs of the times of use and destinations and fuel use of each vehicle. That requirement has not been used in years. Well, I don't know. I mean, we can ask Franz Matterson if that's still in use, because I don't know. What I can tell you is, again, these are not considered like the regular fleet of government vehicles. And that is part of the problem. So take them back from the ministries, because they're not logging anything. They're using it as a personal vehicle. Next person says, good morning. Government vehicles are not for personal drives, or is it to give someone a ride as a civil servant? Oh, yes, this was the first part of that. The person goes on to say, my husband said, let us pray. PPM does not get power because one thing they're going to do is try to come for Sandy and shut her down because you telling it like it is, and it's the truth. Well, that's exactly what they were planning, believe it or not. I kept getting messages about this, that they're planning on coming after you. This was coming from the legal fraternity. Oh, they're reaching out to people in the UK to see how they can silence CMR, how they can stop you. And I'm like, what? Yes. And I said, do they not understand the decision that's about to come down the pipeline from the Court of Appeal? And that as a Caymanian and as a citizen and even just a resident in this country, the Bill of Rights most certainly applies to me. And we have freedom of speech, freedom of expression. How on earth were they going to try to silence me? I don't know exactly, but believe it or not, they were going to legislate something to do with media. I don't know exactly how their little collective brains was going to put that one together. But yeah, they wanted to do it. because they're afraid of the truth. Isn't that a sad indictment on us? Right? Some of the same ones who come on here and talk the biggest talk about, oh, media freedoms, and yeah, you remember the media, blah, blah, blah. They are deadly afraid. Because number one, my mouth don't join church after 9:30. Number two, even before 9:30, it's still going to tell the truth. So help me God, and nothing but the truth. And they don't like that. They don't like you, the average person on the street, knowing what they and whoever they think they are is up to and what it is that they're doing. So believe me when I tell you, that is a real consideration. But they can't scare me now. Because let me tell you something. One thing I know, right? Remember what I said? Election night, education is the equalizer. That's why I keep telling my Caymanian people, go out there and get your education. Don't make anybody keep you dumb, because that is to your detriment and to their benefit. The least you know, the better for them. You better believe it. Okay? And not only is education the equalizer, but I'm also going to tell you that technology is the greatest equalizer in the entire world. You think I have to physically be in the Cayman Islands doing this show? I can be anywhere in the universe. Well, I'm not gonna say universe. I'm not going outside of the realms of Earth, but I can be anywhere on this earth. And as long as I have internet access, except for China and Russia, we can't go there because they'll come and get you and arrest you. And maybe that's what these communists here were planning on doing with me. I don't know. But I will gladly pick up and go elsewhere in the world and sit down and set up a computer and set up my board and log in same way. Oh, but they're not going to give me a radio license. They're not going to give me the... You can't stop the truth. You cannot stop people. Instead of y'all getting your act together and doing better, you try to shoot and silence the messenger. That's why we have to talk about Morne this morning, because we have to understand when people have a particular agenda and what it is that they're trying to accomplish with that agenda. Do not let anybody silence you. You know the regular messages I get from people every single day. Keep me anonymous, keep me anonymous. Good morning. Oh gosh, who is that calling me? You know, it's like these poor people scared. And I'm like, scared of what? Right? They want you to be afraid. They want you to not speak up. But you don't let them dictate. Don't let them dictate your freedom of speech in this country. Find your voice. And you know what? I have no shame in telling you that I understand the fear. There are always consequences. And I myself have been on the receiving end of some of those consequences. And I still get up every single day and I do it anyway. Because I'm a little bit crazy. Yes, that's okay. I do it anyway. Huh? They had dragged me to court how many times? They've convicted me once. They tried to sue me in civil court. None of them have won. They come back and said, this is a lost cause. Can you at least just let us write an apology and then you publish it? I look at the bigger picture and I said, sure, honey child, go ahead, write your apology and we'll do a little story saying it's been settled. Because that's how it works. Huh? But they're not going to silence me as long as the good Lord allows me to be here and I have breath in my body. It ain't going to happen. Miss Mary Lawrence, when she was talking about, I often forget that her family had a newspaper and they were doing the exact same thing, trying to silence them, making sure that, they couldn't put food on the table. They do everything in their power to come at you. Even may he rest in peace, Mr. Cayman Net News. What was his last name again? Oh, I'm picturing him right now. I can't remember his name. Somebody help me out here. with our friend's name there. They did the same thing to him. Desmond Seals, same thing. Tried to silence Desmond. And we're labeled as troublemakers and agitators. After the last election, Sir Alden McLaughlin ran to the governor. Oh, this Sandra Hill. She is what was the word he used? That what I did in relation to protesting after the last election was tantamount to, oh God, what is that one offense that's actually in the Constitution? Oh Lord, help me. Where you're trying to overthrow a government. What's it called again? I can't remember. Whatever it's called. And I was like, what? Our freedoms to protest in the streets was, somebody help me out with the word here. Treason. Yes. Thank you, Neith. That's what the ex-governor said to me, that Sir Alden came to him and said what I had done was tantamount to treason and that I should be arrested for treason. I was like, treason? Let me go look that up in the dictionary. I said, sir, with all due respect, I almost laughed, but I said, Governor Roper, with all due respect, did he bother to tell you the days that we were out there protesting on behalf of the PPM, on behalf of the progressives, with wheelbarrows in tow and all of that kind of stuff? And he wasn't calling it treason then. The governor said, oh, really? I said, yes, oh, really? Only when it's convenient for them? They want to use people? I said, come on, sir. I said, that was not treason. Oh, yes. He says, you guys were going to get violent. I said, really? Caymanians, the softest, most complacent people in the world. Most of us don't have a violent bone in our body around election time for sure. I said, sir, Alden and his sweet lips, I'm assuming they're sweet. I don't know personally, but sweet words is trying to fool you. I said, sir, nothing don't go so, and Alden knows that. They were so desperate for the progressives to take back power, and that was what this is all about. He said, oh, well, thank you for coming in. He invited me in to see him, and we had a little chat. And I said, isn't it ironic that all those years he was in office and CMR was around, that we never got an audience with him? It was after that government went out and then he invited me to come and sit down with him. You know why we got an audience then? Because the progressives were no longer there in the governor's ear. Oh, Sandra Hill, came on Mall Road, treason. That's what really happened. Wife said Caymanians too soft for real. Wish it is more like other countries. We really fight for their rights. No, sir. Anyway, on this issue, this is an easy fix. No more personal use Tahoes for ministers. If you're going to a government function and you need a ride, I was going to tell you to call an Uber, but we don't have that in Cayman. Contact the protocol office and they will certainly assist you. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. And the governor couldn't even say, well, let me pick up the phone and call Sandra and find out what's going on?
No, because he just believed he's sitting there in cabinet every single week with Alden. You couldn't appreciate that they obviously had a particular rapport. The governor don't know nothing about me. He don't know who I am. So he just took his word for it.
Well, if he didn't pick up the phone and talk to you, how would he know you?
Well, eventually, I don't know, but eventually after they got out, he picked up the phone.
No, I understand, but the point I'm saying is if somebody is coming to you saying, this person is this person is that,
yes,
and nothing is happening that's anything like what they're describing, you wouldn't think that's strange?
I don't know, Denny.
Well, I could say it clearly. I don't think the governor was thinking. And he should have been thinking.
Yeah. Well, to be fair to the governors, they come here and they don't know the lay of the land as such. And they have to listen to advisors.
No. They're seasoned diplomats. They know the nature of politicians. There's a saying about politicians. If their lips are moving, they're lying. So why would you believe everything that a politician says and never question anything?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to make sense, but I'm just telling you what happened. And so once we know the reality of what happened, then, you know, it is what it is. Is that your message you sent him or someone else's? Someone else's. Treason. Yes, thank you. When you go abroad, they use your digital ID to control your online activities. He's forgetting that Cayman is a colony. Will control of media come via the Court of Appeal ruling in your case? I think it's going to be more like freedoms, not control. This person says, how will Juju manage now? No paid Tahoe and driver and no paid accommodation in Cayman. Well, actually, she still gets an allowance. Let me clarify that. Whether she is in charge or not, it's already there. She still gets an allowance for all the BRAC MPs get an allowance. So that was something that was in place even before her. They get an allowance for being able to come to Cayman and stay here as though they don't have homes here. So, right. Let's move on. Wi-Fi says, sometimes I wonder if this is just a Tea Party retirement gig for these governors. Normally you notice that this is their last stop before official retirement, right? I don't think that that's not a coincidence. Good morning, Rachel. Rachel says, surely since the speaker acts as a moderator, it'd be best if that person came from outside the elected MPs. Just to note that cabinet refers specifically to those MPs who hold a ministry and not just anyone who is elected. So I think this particular government, because apparently it's going to be left up to each government, although I think they should change that. This government seems like they are committed to, that they are committed to bringing that person from the outside. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Miss Sandra. What's going on?
Morning, my dear. How you doing?
Long time to hear from you, man.
Yeah, I'm right here. You're not calling me. What happened?
Yeah, what's the government farmer?
Say that again, sorry. Yeah, the government. Yes. You just waking up.
We planning to get no minister.
No, I'm going to talk about that here in a second. Give me one second.
I don't worry about that now. I know I don't no joke. My dad get a ministry now, fam.
Yeah, we got to talk about it.
Yeah, do that, baby, because I don't worry about that.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. We got you.
Yeah, I don't worry about it. I don't make problem, Miss Sandra.
No. It's not no problem. We got to talk. Right. We got to talk about it. All right. Coming up to that right now. Good morning, caller.
Morning from the Bluff. How are you today?
Good morning, Miss Carrie. I say you wouldn't call me during election, but you burned up my phone line now, though.
Whatever. I was busy. I was very busy during election, to be honest, because I have
busy causing trouble. That's all right.
Yes. And the reason I'm calling this morning is for you.
And getting sued. Lord have mercy.
The bullshit continues.
We're still on radio. We're still on radio, Carrie. It's not 9:30 yet.
I thought it was.
No.
I forgot the Brock is an hour ahead of you all. Anyways, I will contain it. I promise. I didn't realize you weren't off air yet. So anyways, you're absolutely correct. It's time for us, yourself, and I still will say, and Mario, and I wouldn't even call that other one name. But those of us out there who constantly pound the pavement to get some freaking respect from our government. We are all registered voters in this community. And when we put people into the house or we go out and do our civic duty and go to the polls and we vote, we should have the respect of the entire government. It shouldn't be in a lopsided situation going on here. So to be blocking you out or any of us out for having our voices heard. But I guess Compass TV now going to be the prime one. Now they're going to be breaking down the pavement because now they have, after they bought out everything and kicked out all the natives, they're going to control the narrative. You won't be able to talk like, okay, you remember Crosstalk with Woody? I can't talk like that on Compass TV. I can afford to tell you that. You'll get slandered. You'll get slapped. Or like they did to me when I was, I had come back to Bob FM, and then I made a comment on the crosstalk post with Woody on his show one morning, and apparently that offended somebody. And Randy sent me this email. Randy sent me this email. We are suspending you temporarily because of your comment. I'm like, my goodness, all of you are running a freaking water. What are you running? And this is where I have problems. I don't want to see that going into this government and the 4 Cayman Islands National Party people. I hope that they do not take the Dan Scott mindset to Parliament. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure Gary Ruddy is. I hope Miss Julie don't, because I fought for her. I want Miss Julie to know that the 31 cousins of mine that were hardcore McKeevaites in West Bay West, that right up to Tuesday morning, was still going to vote for him. I made the call. I said, you all need to give this lady the chance. He needs to retire. He's tired. He's sick. His wife is sick. They need to take that time now to relax and retire. Thank him, send him home, make him enjoy his retirement and his big ass friggin' pension that he gonna get every month from us out here from our blood, sweat, and tears. So I pushed for 31 of my West Bay West cousins, and I want to thank them publicly this morning. Not calling on the names, but I want to thank you all. I praise you all for taking the initiative on Tuesday to decide that you wanted change. And I'm grateful for the third one of them because they pushed her over with the 19. And I'm grateful. So anyway, I want to say to this new formed government too, y'all need to respect us out here. We are voices for the people out here that don't want to speak, are afraid to talk. And we garner an area of our community that want to hear our voices. They want their voices heard, so they utilize our voices to be heard. And we must also be given that same level of respect. Let me say this. You were just raising something a few minutes ago before I called in. When the late Priya Levers, when I first met the late Priya Levers, it was in her chambers for a matter. It was a year after I was released from Her Majesty's prison.
Her Majesty's
for reporting
Palace.
on a whistleblower.
Palace. Her Majesty's Palace.
Yeah, because I got steak and potato when I wanted it.
That's right.
I hope you know, and I never wore. I wore my jewelry.
You didn't lose no weight when you were there. That's true.
No.
Most people gain.
I must say, I did get a few things changed for people there to make their lives better. Okay. So I'm grateful for. Right. I had to take that detour in life. That's how I look at it, to help a lot of people. Anyway, when I met her a year after, when CNB was trying to take away a home of mine because of being in prison for a year and going into foreclosure. Anyway, I beat them in court. She told them where to go sit down, shut up. And I was grateful to her for that. And then I met her about a month later in a parking lot, and she said to me, come and see me. And I went and saw her. And then I started to work for her and be her legal secretary. She told me, she confessed to me in her house. She said, when your matter came to my chambers, she said, certain members of the judiciary advised me to crush you. And I looked at the situation. I go, why would I do her that? How much more crushing does she need? Look at what she's gone through. And she said, I took the initiative to tell the bank to go to hell and they weren't going to get your home. And that was when they started coming down hard on her, because she was rescuing Caymanians from the banks who were foreclosing on their homes. And she was telling the banks, no, you need to accept what offers they're making to you to get them out of the situation they're in until they can do better. And that's when they started their entire process of elimination with her. She was there rescuing people that was in fraudulent mortgage foreclosures. God, there's so much of that went on. And we're not even addressing that. And that's why we need a commission now to look at every situation with a mortgage in this country where a Caymanian is going into foreclosure, because these banks, there are a lot of situations that they're not looking into. And the Bankers Association is not honoring their, what is that?
You're gone from one topic to the next. I do need you to rein it in.
I know, but I'm just saying it all connects. They don't care. They do not care about their own code of conduct that they say the banks must follow. So I'm just saying our government needs to now deal with this and put a mortgage law in place like they have in the United Kingdom to protect our natives so that we don't lose our homes in our own country to PR persons. And we need to stop that now. You should not get points for owning property.
All right.
That should never happen. All right.
Leave me there. Thank
Gone.
you.
Bye.
All righty. Okay. 9:28. And it's a Friday. And Auntie got her energy back. Let's talk about the government. Let me talk about, don't forget to vote in the polls, vote in the poll question of the day. Let me talk about this picture here. So yesterday, the cabinet, the government, the people who'll be running the show was formed. So what we suspected happened, TCCP got together with the CINP. They had equal numbers and a couple independents, and they have formed the government. The vast majority of people in this country are happy as a pig in mud this morning with this arrangement, okay? And this is the best outcome. No one really wanted another 4 years under a progressive government, whether they call themselves UPM or anything else. Everybody knew that once Julie took over, that became a progressive government. It was just not under the progressives umbrella, but we've had enough of them. We have really had enough of them. They have spent the last 4 years undermining the PAC, well, not even 4 years, they gave him 2.5 years, undermining what was the PAC government and doing their best to tear that government apart, okay? I don't know if they're going to stop. I don't know, because they sure are desperados. I don't even know if that's a real Spanish word. What's the Spanish word for desperate? Is it desperados? Probably not. But anyway, they are desperate. Radio folks, join us over on Instagram. We already have over 1,000 people over there. Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. Pick your choice. Radio is going to shut off here any second now. But yes, they are beyond desperate. And so what can I say except that we are going to wish this particular grouping the best of luck. So we have at the helm, Mr. Andre Ebanks. 90% of this country wanted to see him as premier. Dan Scott did not get in. He was not elected. He was party leader. So instead, we have Mr. Gary Peanut Ruddy as deputy. And so I'm going to talk about the makeup of this and why I think this has come together in the manner in which it has come together. Now, I don't know if officially Gary Ruddy has taken over as leader of the party. If you listen to nomination night coverage and you saw the comments by esteemed people like Mr. Roy Bodden, who's a legislator and a member of a party himself, former member of a party. I don't know if, I guess his party's not defunct, but former member of a party. You talked to Miss Mary Lawrence, former Speaker of the House. You talked to, seasoned retired attorney now, Miss Karen Thompson. You know, they said that he should actually step down as he should actually step down as he is no longer, he wasn't voted in. So in other words, you can't have a party leader who hasn't gotten the mandate of the people at the polls and he remains party leader. I don't know if that's officially been done. I can't speak to that. I don't know what the vibe is there, but they have come together and they have formed this coalition government, TCCP/CINP government. I think, you know what? In light of the fact that no one got a majority outside of the progressives and nobody really wanted a progressive government, led government, they're going to sit on the back bench, that this is the best possible coalition that you could ask for. Yesterday, there was lots of information being circulated. I got all of your screenshots about, Sandy, is this it? Is this right? Is this what's going to happen? And as you all know, my response to you was, listen here, honey child, we have got to wait. Some of you were claiming, oh, this other one was going to be deputy. And, what often happens is those people themselves, they circulate that stuff to try to get support. Like, oh, everybody's saying I should be deputy. I know the game. And that's why I tell y'all, hold on to your granny panties and relax a minute. Okay. Even Cayman News Service, they posted up something saying, or somebody sent it to me saying, Auntie Sandy, have a look at this. Cayman News Service has up this article saying that, the progressives is going for it, but they're already infighting. I said, hold on, just wait. Okay. Just wait. Sometimes you just have to wait. You can't continue to speculate, and you don't know what's happening, and you're putting all this out there, and you got people getting up in their feelings, and there's fodder about it, and there's this, and there's that, and blah, 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 blah. Just hold on. It soon come. And sure enough, by 7 o'clock, we saw the picture got leaked. Don't know who leaked that picture of this group here that you see on the screen. And then after that, we started to hear how the government was actually going to be formed. Relax. So here it is. Now, most people are okay with this. We have Ralston, education and finance. Makes logical sense. Look like Ralston lost a couple pounds on the campaign trail, man. His face looked a little bit slimmer. Oh, Raleigh, you got to keep working on it, Bobo. All y'all need to get them stomachs slimmer and start walking and get on the CMR exercise wagon. Come play pickleball with me. All right. So, especially my little friend in the front in the pink shirt. That belly got big already. And you know, when you become a minister, it can get even bigger because they invite you to every event. You know who looks nice and slim? Look at Gary Ruddy. Go on through Gary. And you know what? He plays pickleball almost every single night. Oh, he can run you on that pickleball court. He's good. So Gary looking nice and slim. Nice for him. So here it is. This is the group. And not all of them are ministers. So let me tell you actually how this went down. Okay. We've got the independent members, Ralston, J. Ebanks, and Isaac. They came on board. Sensible. Basically, Isaac and Jay will keep their existing ministries. Kathy's going to get health and wellness. They put health and wellness back together. Thank God, because that UPM government didn't have one iota of sense when they separated. And Instagram is going to disconnect you shortly. Don't worry, Instagram folks. As it disconnects you, I'm going to go in and pull you back in. I see 50 of you over there watching and 1,023 over on this other side. All right. So yes, they are going to, they put wellness and health and wellness back together. And that makes logical sense. They put culture and heritage back together because that UPM government seemed to have been lacking something called common sense. Not true. They sure are. I'm just saying. Because the way that they separated and cut up the ministries didn't make any logical common sense. That was all to help people, individual, ministers and whatever they fancied, right? So John wanted, what did he have? Culture, but didn't want heritage. That's because, he just wants to be able to throw his events under the guise of, I'm throwing an event for the government. And then sponsoring his friends who are throwing these parties and whatever. Never made any damn sense, but there you go. Right? Health and wellness, I can never figure out why they separated the two of those. But anyway, they put them back together in a way that makes logical sense. Ralston, of course, the people wanted him to have education. That makes logical sense. So he got education. He's a CPA. He's been working with his own accounting firm for, the better half of probably 25 years now. So they also gave him finance. That makes sense. Nick DaCosta from the BRAC, you got to give them BRACers a ministry because otherwise the BRACers going to be up in arms. Like, y'all don't care about us over in the BRAC. What's going on, Sandy? We need to protest this now, And I'm like, oh, Lord. Let's not have the BRACers protesting because we might not get no crab meat and whatever else they got over there. So some juicy burgers when you go over there. So so we always tend to traditionally give them a little something. So Nick came back to the fold. Good for you, Nick. And he has now gotten a ministry as well, district administration and whatever else. Miss Julie is not a minister, and neither is Mr. Wayne Panton, and neither is Heather. So let's talk about this because some of y'all are, oh my God, I can't believe like the caller said, we in Patton, we gonna fight for you. Why you didn't get a ministry? Simmer down. simmer down a little bit, because I'm going to explain what I believe is happening. Mr. Panton, let's say nothing. I do not believe that there's any contention here. Somebody just say, oh, he looks sad. Actually, he's smiling. You don't see that little smirk on his face back there? That is him saying, you know who he looks like in this picture? Tell me if I'm not right here. Doesn't he look a little bit like Ezzard? I had to take a double, the hair, the same kind of shirt from a distance. Doesn't he kind of look like Ezzard Miller? Yeah, boy. Caymanians, you know, y'all all family. None of y'all can hide, really. But anyway, he kind of got that little, you know, contented. Let me show you my look full screen. It's like this. A little contented look. Not a full smile like a, you know, but I'm contented right here in the back. All right. So a few of you have contacted me about why he did not get a ministry. I honestly don't think he wants a ministry. And I'll tell you why I think this. Number one, a lot of you were buying into this fool rhetoric during the election that, oh, Andre is party leader, but it's really Wayne Panton, because y'all think that everybody operates like the progressives, right? So you know the progressives, who is the leader? Who's the leader? Ain't the leader? So whoever was the leader when it was Mr. Roy McTaggart, everybody know that the real leader was actually Mr. Sir Alden McLaughlin. He was the one puppet master still pulling his strings. And with him, the real leader would have been Kurt Tibbetts. So if Kurt Tibbetts called Alden and said, Alden, you do X, Alden had to do it. He couldn't go do Y, because Kurt Tibbetts would have him by the balls. And that's just how it worked. So I get it. I understand that a lot of you are still of the opinion that this is how all parties operate. So I honestly believe, let me see who this is calling me, honey child. Good morning. Yes. Hi. Yes, sir. Anytime you want to come. Right now would be good. All the cars are being serviced. So when you come in, when can you come? Within an hour? Yeah, man, that's good enough. No problem. I'll be here. Thank you so much. Okay, sir. That's a service call. Somebody come into my house. Yeah, so anywho, I tell them come anytime. We're ready. We home. Let me tell Marlon he coming. All right. Yeah, I like for Marlon to be here when certain service people come. So yes, I mean, I don't think that Mr. Panton is upset about this, and I don't think y'all need to go on the streets protesting on his behalf. It's not that kind of vibe, none at all. What this is he is simply falling back. He was premier for a little bit. He, you know, was in a position of leadership. And the people have made it very, very clear that they want the younger generation to start to take the leadership role, which is Mr. Andre, right? So now Mr. Andre is good to go. He's taken that position. And they have come together as a coalition. For this to be a true coalition, should not the CINP get a few ministerial positions? I say yes. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a true coalition. You see, only the progressives would do it, where both their premier and their deputy premier come from the same party. And then further down the line, somebody could get a ministry to become a coalition or Speaker of the House. They're doing this in good faith. They're saying, okay, we're coming together as almost equals, right? So yes, I'm going to be party leader. Not party. Yes, I'm going to be cabinet leader. You're going to be deputy with the CINP. And then we're going to give young Nick a position. We're going to even give Hulkman over here a position. We're going to give, who else is CINP? Just those. And then Miss Julie Hunter will get parliamentary secretary. Listen, Wayne Panton has been through a lot. They really wore that poor man out. I'm surprised he didn't have a nervous breakdown after what both the progressives did, after what UPM did, and all this kind of stuff coming up against him. I think he's been under a lot of stress that the community has simply not appreciated. And so he's still an elected member. He has a lot of work to do at the constituency level. And, not being stuck in the government building all day gives him the opportunity to go out there and focus on those constituency level things. And there's nothing wrong with that. And they can give him a parliamentary position. Maybe he'll become deputy speaker. I mean, I don't really know. But I say this is not a bad thing for Mr. Wayne Panton to fall back, both in the party, allow Andre to take on that leadership role and to see what he's capable of. Yes, there are people in here that are inexperienced, right? So although Michael Miles has worked in government in terms of a leadership role, we're going to have to see how he does. And he's going to need help. And I want every single one of them to humble themselves. Right? Even Nick, somebody said to me, but Sandy, Nick went from serving coffee to us in government to now being our minister. Imagine. And I said, well, Nick, he's had a low managerial position over at Water Authority. People like him. He's likable. He's a pretty smart young man. Let's see what he can do. But every single one of them, there is training to now be done on the job. And I am putting this out there to all elected members. You're new to the position. Michael, even Mr. Ruddy, yes, you ran family businesses and all that kind of stuff. Government is a different cup of tea, completely different. Humble yourself and know that you are going to have to learn and you are going to have to take advice from other people. And maybe some of the best people to take advice from is people like a Wayne Panton, who has been through the ringer. He has been through it. And there are things that he can understand about finance and financial services. So he is there, in my opinion, as a supporter in a supportive role. And it takes a good person, in my honest opinion, to really, do that. Because everybody is vying for position. They go in there fighting for ministry. And for him to say, nope, I don't need a ministry. I don't need a position. You guys go ahead. Give it to a couple of the CINP members. Give it to the younger heads like Kathy, Jay and Isaac. We need a comfortable lead of 11 member thing. Give it to them. Ralston did very, very well in the election. Everybody knows that he is the education. Everybody says the best education minister. We need him to come in and try to fix education. So give him that. Give him finance. So younger, yes, younger, fresher faces. Right? That is what you should do. There's no specific order of, oh, you've been here the longest or you next in line or whatever. It's about humbling yourself and saying, you know what? I will support my colleagues. Let them go forward. But I want to remember those in the lead, those who are going forward and have no experience, right? Because now we have 3 ministers. This is their first time as ministers. Take heed from people who have been there before. Listen to the advice that they're going to give you. If you're uncertain and you're unsure about that, ask for help. Good morning, caller.
Yes, good morning. I'm calling on behalf of Wayne Panton. Yes, he said from the beginning, if he was elected, he didn't want no ministerial position or whatever. Because like I say, they need to rest the man now. God be with us, give everybody a chance. I think it's a good decision that they made, but stop criticizing and give them a chance. They're not even in good yet, and if people don't start putting their goat mouth in this, and some people got goat mouth, so tell them to try to rest and just hope for the best. And like I say, this is what he wanted, and this is why thank God they put him in. That's why God made him went back in. And like I say, I knew he was going in because I kissed that vote. And I say a good man with quality and whatever, but they need to leave the man alone. And what I want I need to make a person that I heard criticizing him on the show, he was not fired. They need to understand that. He stepped down. He was not fired. So I want him to get that.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't agreeing with corruption that were going in. That's why they say that, but they were quitters, and now I hear they're going to call them leftovers, because people, all they do is chat when God give them out and bread. Because somebody calling on things and say they're leftovers. So they say, yeah, that's what we call them now, leftovers. So they need to stop their foolishness. But the country not going to get no better if people don't stop. And yes, he's there because he said he wanted to do the best for the country and his people of Newland. And we is who elect him. So they need to stop. He don't want a ministry. But he don't need to get big position for money, because he got money. And it's his hard, honest money that he worked for. He never stole nothing from government, although they're saying all kinds of things. But like I say, people will say stuff when they learn to talk. So pray and just hope that, and yes, give the other ones a chance and make the country run how it's supposed to run. But they like corruption. But like that AI guy said that scandal is what keeps the Cayman Island going, and I agree with him 100%. Because that's how these people is. They like to get out there, scandaling good people. So they need to go sit down and pray and try to hush.
Thank you so much, caller. Next caller, good morning.
Yeah, Miss Sandra, what's going on?
Good morning, boss.
Yeah, what you saying? So Ralston not getting no ministry?
Yeah, man, you're not listening to what?
Miss Sandra, yeah, we're laying on the couch there, boy.
You sound like me yesterday when I had that little shot of whatchamacallit the night before.
So, but Jay get minister?
Yes, let's break it down for you. Come on now. We have ministers. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Isaac got his old minister back pretty much. Jay pretty much got his old minister back. Kathy, minister. Gary Ruddy, minister and deputy premier. Mr. Andre Ebanks, ministry and premier. Ralston Anglin, minister of education and finance. Young Nicholas DaCosta, yes, minister of district administration and something else. Michael Miles got a ministry. Permanent secretaries will at least be Miss Julie Hunter and Miss Heather Bodden. I don't know yet if
Jay gets something, so that's good.
Everybody was pretty happy with Jay's performance. All right. Boss, we cool, we Chris and cool, man. Everything good.
All right, baby.
All right, everything cool. All right. Okay, good. All right, everybody good? Yeah, man, we all Chris. Everything Chris. Yes, honey child. Somebody said, so where's Kenneth, Dwayne, and Chris? Jasara answered the question for you, Faded Mary Jean, where they should be on the backbench. I'm just saying. So this is the other picture now of the ministers sitting there with the governor, delivering to her the signed deal that they've got their 11 members and they're good to form the government. So Mr. Joey Hugh conceded defeat in a voice note that was circulating when he said, oh, look like they got enough numbers. Okay. The swearing in ceremony is coming up on the 6th. So make sure if you guys want to participate in that, you get all of the details there. Let me just see here now. I'm going to tell y'all. We'll get more details about exactly how that's going to go down. Come out in your finest wear, your Chris's hat, Chris as in Chris, like, Chris and looking good. Come out in your hats and all that kind of fun stuff. Okay. So everything look good? All right. Let me see. Okay. H1 for the, all right. Chris, everything good. Everything good. All right. Rhonda Terry says, love the party that was chosen. Good luck. And God bless all. Perla says, kaboom caller, ring the bell. Oh, we should have had her ring the bell. Jasara says, tell them, Michelma, they're not listening. Even Miss Julie said she don't want a ministry just to represent her people, as they haven't had good representation for years. Jasara, Faded Mary Jean says, I hope it's a hard damn bench. And then she said, fuck us. Oh God, no, they get cushy chairs. Don't forget. Roar came out and says, Anna, remember, plenty of people out there want to see this fail. So while we're rejoicing for half decent government, they're out there plotting for destruction. Ja. Well, that's what happened last time with the progressives. And what I'm going to say to them, and this is what I said to, I can tell you all this cold hard truth here this morning. This is what I said to Mr. McKeever Bush. God don't like ugly, you know. And I'm not talking about your appearance because you can't probably help that too much if you're ugly in that department. But let me see here now. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. So yeah, God don't like ugly. And so, you know, at the end of the day, what I would say is progressives, y'all just need to give them, just like people gave you all an opportunity. Of course, you still got to be criticized, but they weren't trying to undermine and unseat the government as much as you guys did. You know, you guys need to stop it. Okay? And that is the real deal. Mellow Fellow says, good morning, CMR. Did you hear the voice note purportedly from the PPM leader? It's not purportedly, it was from him, stating that the governor was opposed to Mr. Panton being a minister due to an ongoing investigation about leaked documents. I did hear it, and I doubt that anything goes so. I don't know what leaked documents they're supposed to be talking about, but this is what I'm saying, right? This is indicative of the PPM. And in fact, I have the governor's people about what Joey, what's his name, Hughes said yesterday in a voice note that was widely circulated in the community. Yeah, we're going to get to the bottom of that because I think that's a bold-faced lie. Supposedly claiming that Mr. Panton is under investigation for some leaked document. What a bunch of bollocks, as them English people say. That's a bunch of bollocks. I have to use my gavel to scratch my back. Oh, that itches all the way down. Let me use my red flag. Perfect timing, actually. Listening to the PPM is a big red flag. I need to bring my back scratcher back in the studio. Oh, there we go. Ah, nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Nothing like a good back scratching. There we go. All right, honey chill. So listen, the West Bay South constituency. Someone says the governor can't pick who is a minister. That's outside her responsibility. Yes. All right. So, but yeah, this is what I'm saying, right? They can't just let people get in there and do what they need to do. They're already trying to come after Mr. Panton and talk foolishness about him. Boy, y'all not easy none at all, you know. Y'all is seriously not easy. Joey, do better than your last leadership. Leave these people alone. Seriously, what is wrong with you all? Your level of desperation seems to know no bounds. Okay? You have once again, despite getting the most seats, nobody still don't want you to rule this country. And so, you need to just ease up and relax yourself. Okay, I'm sorry, just messaging my little tech staff to Facebook, please. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandy.
Good morning, honey chow. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Well, first, I think we should note that the PPM, they won the battle, but they lost the war. And it seems to, and then when you look at the government that Andre is putting forward, it seems to reflect really a more countrywide representation, and really that's what people want. I think the PPM were able to use their political machinery to be able to do as well as they did. I was surprised they did that well, but again, you have to notice that there were also some close votes.
Yeah.
Now I just want to pick up
a lot of vote splitting too.
Yeah, well, exactly. The number of candidates was messing up certain results, and that's another discussion for another day. Maybe I don't know if we can have runoffs for some of these. I don't know, but anyway, it was a good result in the end. Now I want to pick up something that Kerry Tibet said something. By the way, I love that lady. She's got a voice that can send you to sleep. You know, she's so lovely. Kerry. She said something about how...
excuse me, sir. Are you a married man by any chance, Mr. Bleak? I don't even know.
Well, I'm a married man. I think she's a married man too.
Oh, she's a married woman. Yeah. Oh,
she's
no, I was gonna play matchmaker if you were single. I mean, you might need a little bit of brat crazy in your life, because she would definitely keep you on your toes.
Well, it was a good thought, you know, to just think that maybe there's a need there somewhere. Now, you see, she said something about how Justice Levers told her that when some matters came before her, like relating to Kerry, people told Justice Levers to crush her. Now, you see, I just want to say something about that and relate it a little bit to your case and relate it to my case. Now, your case is coming up soon. I don't want to say too much about it, but when I read it myself, I thought that there could be a possibility somebody was being pressured to decide the way they decided it, because clearly when they decided it, when they convicted you, the case was so bad that the Court of Appeal that did something it rarely does. In the Court of Appeal, even if they think that the case is kind of weak, they are very careful what they say when it comes up first. They say, well, let's get the argument. In your case, they just came up and said, no, this is wrong. And I suspect that there were sort of pressures like that. And I have faced those kinds of pressures as well. When I brought a judicial review in 2014, as I was leaving the portfolio of legal affairs, they refused me to teach some courses privately, and then I took them to court. And then the judge, at the end of the hearing, he asked me, well, will you be asking for costs? I said, yes. Then he asked Tom Law KC, who argued it on the other side, will you be asking for costs? He said, yes. So the judge then said, okay, what I will do is I'll first issue my judgment, and once I issue my judgment, I'll ask you guys to come back to argue the issue of costs. But do you know what happened when the judgment came? When the judgment came, he ordered costs against me straight away without giving me a chance to argue. Now, yeah, exactly. And now, do I have proof of that? You're damn right I have. Because I have the judgment he issued, and I have him on tape. In an audio which was recorded in court, lawfully recorded in court, where he was saying the opposite. Clearly, he had been pressured between the two, you know, so that they could award me costs against me. And for a hearing that took 3 hours, they awarded costs of US dollars 80,000, you know, which was just too far out. But the last one. Again, in a matter which again is coming up before the Court of Appeal, a judge denies me a 2-day hearing. He says, well, I'll give you a 2-day hearing on your negligence case, and then we'll talk about it. So what happened then, he cancels the 2-day hearing, and then he says, well, I'm going to decide the case purely based on the papers. But this was like a really complex case. It had issues which in the Grand Court had been argued in another case for 2 weeks, and he had only given 2 days, which I accepted. But in the end, he refused to give me that. And the reason he put in the judgment was, well, it is because you asked for a remote hearing too late. Now, was that true? That was not true. You know why it was not true? I have 13 emails going back and forth before the courts, which show actually that it was requested in writing by email, acknowledged, and it was being processed 2 months before. So he lied. And so clearly somebody got to him after they gave me the 2-day hearing. Somebody said, hey, come on, just decide against him. You don't need to give him that period of time. So in closing, what the judiciary, the new government needs to do, I know it's very hard to reform the judiciary because people are always afraid, but you see, maybe we are going to interfere with the independence of the judiciary. There is need to look into the judiciary and to look also into the complaint process, which I won't get into today another time. But otherwise, I thank you, and we look forward to the new government starting to deliver in a tangible way. Thank you, Sandy.
Appreciate it. By the way, the Election Observers Mission is having another press conference here this morning in very, very short order. So we are waiting for that to start, and I'll pull that feed in here in just a second. So yeah, just give us a few minutes. Once that goes live, I will certainly pull it in. All right. What I will say to that caller is those are quite a few salient points that we obviously need to. I think they've started already. Hold on. Anybody else having an issue with? Hold on a second. Anybody else having an issue on their computer about this auto renderer error message? I keep getting this now with YouTube. And not just YouTube, but also I've noticed it with I can't play YouTube videos because of it. It says auto render error, please restart your computer. Well, we can't restart no computer, honey child. That's not gonna work. But yeah, I've been getting it a lot lately with YouTube videos and even on Facebook videos. Anybody had that issue? Or is it just me? Like my video won't play. And I don't know what's going on. So I'm getting it right now. I'm trying to pull up this. It says audio renderer error. Let me see what this means. The quick solution for this without restarting the PC was just to right click at the volume icon on the tray taskbar and then select sound. Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to think this through. At the right, what does it say? The same problem suddenly on my Windows 7. Well, I got Windows 11. Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out. Caller, you helping me with this issue or are you talking about something else? Right click. Hello, caller. Oh, sorry. I think I had you muted. Hi. You helping me with my computer problem?
Darling, I am IT ignorant. So
right click on the volume icon at the tray taskbar and then select sound. Click on speakers properties and then go to the levels tab. Pushing the volume max, then click an advanced tab. Oh God, this sounds complicated.
Well, let me make it as an IT ignorant. Let me make a little suggestion to you.
Yes,
I would
click on speakers
right now.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
yesterday I was on my phone and I saw a strange message pop up on my phone while I was in a conversation, and I decided just to tap on it, thinking I was clearing it, but in fact it did something completely different. And that had never happened with my phone before. And yeah, and recently, and I know I'm not crazy, some might think so, but I know I'm not. I'm just having my phone sitting there, no calls, nothing, not into anything. And I hear music playing in my phone that I'm not playing.
A range of media outlets was used to promote.
All right, we're gonna listen to this press conference
for more traditional outlets.
Can I get you to call us back, Ms. Brenda? We're gonna go a little bit into overtime.
Radio and newspaper content to social media activity. Campaign finance was the most frequent issue raised with the mission, including the level of campaign expenditure permitted and the absence of regulation of spending prior to the official campaign period. Over the last 2 weeks, the mission met with a wide range of election stakeholders to hear their views on the electoral process. We are grateful for their time and their engagement. We attended rallies and other campaign events and saw mobile voting in action in 4 elected districts. On election day, observations took place in all 19 electoral districts and of the count 4 districts. In addition to the statement, a longer final report that may include recommendations will be published within 2 months of election day. We hope that these will be of benefit to the people and institutions of the Cayman Islands and contribute to the strengthening democracy in these islands. Now we're happy to take questions from those present that you may have. So I open the floor to questions. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Harris. I'm with Compass TV. What are your thoughts on the delays between the polling stations being closed and the votes being fully counted and winners declared? We had issues where a constituency with a mere 500 votes took well over 5 hours to return a decision. So first off, your thoughts on that.
For the first question, I think I'll pass that on to Anne, who I know has some views on that.
Yeah.
Perhaps Sandy.
Thank you very much for your question. We wouldn't really consider that a matter of delay. There are no standards about the speed at which excuse me, at which a count is conducted. What is really important to us is that the count is conducted properly, lawfully, and that it's transparent, that everyone who is present, who is supposed to be present, particularly the candidate agents and any observers who might be there, that they have the opportunity to see what's happening. So this may mean that they have to look at every single vote and be given the opportunity to ensure that they're in agreement as to what the intention of the voter was. Also, they were counting 4 issues simultaneously. But for us, our conclusion was that the conduct of election day, including of the count, was without flaw.
Similar vein on the same matter of counting, we see where in other jurisdictions around the world, we see where the use of technology is used to help reduce the manual labor. Is it time for the Cayman Islands to consider implementing electronic balloting?
That is a decision for the Cayman Islands themselves. There are pros and cons, I think, to all systems used. I know it is a much quicker process. I've observed myself in the US, but that is a decision that needs to be made by the Cayman Islands themselves. I don't know if anyone else wants to make a comment on that.
I think as my colleague has said as well, I think if the count and the closing is done in a transparent manner, which we observed that it was, the electronic voting was not something that we were just looking at this previous point in time.
Can I just add, I have to emphasize that point. It was very transparent, and yes, it took time, but it was clear as to what was going on for everybody at the count.
And staying with the issue of counting, we see in other jurisdictions where the media is allowed in the room while counting is conducted. Here, that is not the practice. Is this something that your report will be taking into consideration?
Good question.
It is something that was raised with us, and it's, as my colleague maybe said at the thing, our final report will be produced within 2 months, and it might be something that's actually in that final report. It's not actually in our preliminary statement at the moment, but it is something that was raised with us, yes.
Okay, and I know my colleagues are chomping at the bits to get up here, but a couple more questions. As far as the election cycles go, we see where these international observers come in and they provide reports, and in some cycles, progress is made, and then in other cycles, we see regression. A fair point would be about 3 or 4 election cycles ago, it was stated that providing food, a full course meal, might be undue influence on voters, and it was stamped out only to return in this election cycle where people attended various political rallies and launches of manifestos where significant food and other refreshment was provided. As far as your reports are concerned, are you monitoring the previous reports and previous findings and comparing that with how these elections are going forward and whether or not the suggestions are actually being taken on board?
I would say that each observation is an observation in its own right and has to be entirely independent. However, there will be a context for every jurisdiction in terms of previous reports and looking at what has moved forward in that time. So I think it's a combination of both of those things. We obviously, when recommendations are made, they're made for good reason and with evidence and through clear observation of the issues involved. So we obviously hope whenever recommendations are made, they will be taken positively as much as anything else. Does anyone else want to add anything to that?
Seems like the feed may have frozen. So do we want to pull that out and just perhaps refresh that? Not sure if it's on their end or exactly what's going on. But to answer your question, Lucky Body, they are from the UK. So I think you'll remember about maybe 2 weeks ago now, we did a live stream of them coming in. Can you guys hear me okay? You should be able to hear me. But we did a live stream of them coming in when they were here and sort of what their scope was. And, you know, so yes, they are observers from the UK. So their feed kind of froze. We're going to see if we can get that back in there. And hopefully you can continue to hear their comments. Doesn't sound like any major discoveries or anything like that, but we figured since they were live, we would allow you guys to, lights went out. Oh God. Oh gosh. Let me see. But yeah, I'm personally having a little bit of an issue picking them up, which is weird because I'm watching my own feed on YouTube and I don't have an issue with my own feed. So, okay, hold on. I think I got it now. Yeah, this error thing that I'm getting is very sporadic, but give me 1 second here. Let me see if I can pull it in. 1 second. So hold on 1 second for me. Hold on. I'm gonna pull it in. Okay.
Practice. And these come from the Venice Commission, and that's persuasive authority. It's relevant for the Cayman Islands, and that does set out a huge amount of guidance suggesting to states that they need to ensure that there is equity, that there is a level playing field in the conduct of a referendum. And that's ensuring that information is available, that it's impartial, that both sides are articulated, but that also there are limits on campaign activity, as with campaign finance within the political sphere, to ensure that there is fairness, to ensure that the voters are informed properly and that they have a neutral environment in which to reach their decision.
Thank you. Now, I know that there was an issue with, or as was raised by this group, residency requirements leading up to elections. In addition to residency requirements, there are other issues such as people who might have dual citizenship or multiple citizenship by way of birthright, whatever the case might be, who find themselves disqualified. What are your thoughts on people who find themselves in that position?
I think that's a legal question again. And
thank you. Yes, we're delighted that you're very interested because I suppose some of the background to our mission really is legal to some extent. We come here because there are international legal standards around democracy. And so we're very interested in all aspects of the election, including, as you say, the legal framework. So we certainly have identified some areas in the law that are not entirely ideal. In general, it's quite good, it's quite regulated, but around things like the right to stand for election, there are many qualifications that somebody has to satisfy. And some of these arguably could be dispensed with if one was to attempt to fully vindicate the rights to vote and to stand for election. Anyway, you've mentioned things like dual citizenship, and the law is a small bit vague there in that you have to revert to court rulings to really understand whether somebody is qualified to stand for election or not. So it needs to be clear. There really needs to be certainty in the law. That's very important. But also there are issues such as the fact that somebody who has been sentenced to prison for more than 12 months, they also are disqualified from standing for election. It's just something to consider. Particularly given that there is going to be, I believe, a law review of the rules on spent convictions and whether people who have convictions could be possibly allowed to run for election. But Yes, so we certainly have looked at this and we've looked into the technical detail. So when you get our final report within the next 2 months, we will have much more elaboration and possibly elaborate specific recommendations around the right to stand for election.
Thank you. I'll yield to my colleagues.
Thank you for your questions. Who wants to go next?
Hi. During the course of your observations, did you see anything untoward?
Sorry, could you just introduce yourself
During the
first?
course of your observations, did you see
sorry,
anything?
I was going to say, could you introduce yourself?
Oh, sorry, I apologise.
It's okay.
Wendy Ledger, Cayman News Service. I was asking if you'd seen anything untoward whilst you were observing during the campaign or during election day.
That's a very broad word, untoward. We observed a lot of very good practice. Whenever there is an election with thousands of people voting, there will be situations that will arise. But in general, I thought they were dealt with very well by the presiding officers and other officers available and the staff there. I don't know if anyone wants to add anything to that. So I wouldn't pick out any specific situation that I could recant, but so yes.
So you didn't receive any reports of vote buying at all?
On the day?
On the day, yes.
I don't believe that we did, no.
Referring to, you said that you will be addressing the issue of the media not being allowed in the polling stations, probably in the final report. It would be quite useful to us right now if you could give us a little bit more information about what happens in other jurisdictions, because I am aware that in other jurisdictions, particularly during the count, the press are allowed in. I mean, this time we did kind of attempt to go a little closer once the polls were closed and sort of, challenge that 300 feet exclusion zone, but we were absolutely driven away. So we weren't allowed to even get close to the count, which kind of made it difficult for us to be able to be there for the announcements, because although the returning officers do sometimes come out and make the announcement, they don't always. They sometimes do it inside the hall, and so it makes it hard for us, all small media houses trying to spread people thin, to cover that. So it would be helpful so that we can argue our case with the elections office about removing that ban for the next election. If you explain to us why it's a good idea for the press to be around for the count and the announcements, and what happens elsewhere.
There's a couple of things I will mention. I think the line taken, and I'm sure people will add to this, it might be Sandy's area in terms of election process, that there are agents for all of the parties there, and the openness of the count to those agents is very, very clear to us. So our concern is not about it just simply being closed for those reasons. In terms of the media, every country, jurisdiction, island, land has a different relationship with its media. Partly, you're probably right, to do with the size of the media outlets. And so that will be a decision that will need to be taken in terms of your relationship, I suppose. In terms of the final report, I'm unsure as to what we're going to be, because we haven't produced the final report yet. Does anyone want to make a comment on that regards access to the media? Yeah.
I'd like to say this isn't a comparative report in terms of comparing this jurisdiction with another jurisdiction. It's about comparing the operation of the electoral process here against international standards and international law. And that creates a very different conversation. We're not advocates for any particular point of view. We're advocates for the process that should be followed according to law. And our report, our final report, will address many issues, but against those standards rather than simply saying it's this jurisdiction or that jurisdiction. That's not the way in which we approach this.
That's a very important point. Well put, actually. Thank you. Anyone else want to know?
So we're on our own then. Yeah, I get it. It's all right. Was there anything in particular during the process that you've observed that you thought was particularly stand out good or particularly stand out bad?
I mean, we did mention, I mean, personally, I'll say the mobile voting that went to people's homes gave huge access to being able to vote in all sorts of circumstances. It could have meant that you could not access the vote. I think that was very, very important. And sorry, I know you want to say something. You say something. I kind of want to finish off. Do
you know, one thing I would say, which struck me very, very clearly, having observed many elections and participated in many elections over the last 30 years, one thing that really stood out for me on Wednesday was the kindness of presiding officers and polling clerks helping people and enabling people to participate. I think sometimes we look at some of the legal requirements in a very sort of cold way, don't we? We compare this and that. But one thing that stood out to me was human kindness. And I think that's something to be commended here. And also the way in which counting officers took so much care and attention to each individual vote. In the 2 boxes I watched being counted in West Bay, I saw every ballot paper that was counted, every single one. And I think in terms of the wider transparency of the process, I think that is really important. So that transparency of account and the kindness of polling officials is something that stood out for me.
Yes, thank you, Rob. Yeah, I thought the process was absolutely amazing in terms of disabilities. Every polling station that we went to was very, very inclusive. And as my colleagues have said, the kindness of the staff in helping people, and it was very, very respectful, and people were treated with real dignity. And I would really, really praise the process for that.
I mean, I'd finish off. I don't know if you want to say something to me as well. You
Well,
do that
yeah.
because I just jotted down so I remember what I was going to say. So go on.
Well, no, I'd say I'd add to that. I was fortunate to be able to go to BRAC for the election there, and obviously meeting the presiding officers the day before, and meeting some of the candidates the day before, and that opportunity, and then the day itself. Again, I really would like to to praise the presiding officers and the teams in BRAC. I think they did an excellent job. They clearly knew their roles and their responsibilities very clearly, and they executed that really in a really great way. So certainly would like to make that recording.
Yeah, sitting here thinking about it, I think that sort of a more general thing that I thought stood out was there was real pride in the people running the polling stations, that it was done correctly, that everybody knew what they were doing, that people were welcomed. In fact, one of the first things I will mention, is when we went to the first mobile polling station, as I was welcomed and said, we welcome people. I said, oh, you're here to welcome. And said, yes, but first of all, we have a Cayman welcome. And then we welcome to the election. Now, for somebody visiting, I thought that was very welcoming. I also learned to say Cayman and not Cayman, which I've tried to be consistent with. I think it's really important. But I think the pride in taking part in the process is something that stood out.
Sorry, can I?
Yes, of course.
Sorry, quickly add. I don't think we also use the word good or bad in our election reports. As my colleague said, we look at international standards. We also look at your election law. So I wouldn't say anything was good or bad. For me personally, on election day, I think it was the knowledge of the polling staff. I think they'd obviously been quite well trained, and the presiding officers, the returning officers, the clerks, all knew their roles very well. In regard to other issues that were raised with us in the last 11 days, of course, the issues that you've all raised that we're going to look into, like the campaign finance, which may have recommendations, like we said, in the next 2 months. But yeah, I wouldn't use the words good or bad. I would look at things in line with international standards and your electoral law.
Anyone else want to add? Okay.
That's it.
Yep. Thank you very much for your questions. You like us?
Given time to me. 2 other questions from me. In instances where we see that have a referendum, a general election, both of which are governed by 2 separate laws, would it have been a better idea to put them on 2 separate ballots as opposed to just the single?
I mean, I don't think that is a decision to be made by those running those referendum and election. I don't know if anyone has something we can say on that. Again, it's the word better or not. We will address some of the referendum in the final report, and that decision may well come up. But I think there will be as many reasons to do that as reasons not to do that. The counting of that probably took longer, but it was done very accurately, as we saw. And I too, when I observed the election count, the box that I observed did see every single ballot paper, and there was a good process of tallying as they went, an agreement with the agents. It's a word I kept forgetting, but now I've remembered, agents as they went along. So I think the process itself worked in the way that it was here. But you make a very good point about there being two different laws, I think.
As alluded to by my colleague, Ms. Ledger, vote buying. There are allegations that are rife within the community, saying politicians and or aspiring politicians are eager to provide, whether it be cash or appliances or other tokens of appreciation, gestures, in order to secure their votes. Was this matters that were brought to your attention? And is this something that you're looking into and will be addressed in your final report?
I don't know if you want to say something about the laws around that already exist to make complaints, because laws do exist to make complaints in those areas. I think many of the discussions we had dealt with many topics, and I think clear evidence as to what was happening was not presented to us. And we have to be careful about what is evidence and what is perhaps opinion as well, and the interpretation of what that means, because that's a very genuine, specific phrase, vote buying, because that's something that would be illegal, I believe, here. So we have to be very careful about what that actually means. So then if anyone else wants to add to that in terms of evidence we may have had or not. Perhaps, may I say, I think it's very important that people understand the law that you already have here and it is used effectively if people have allegations to make.
Duly noted.
Fair to say? Yeah.
Can I just add? I think, like any election process, it creates an opportunity, regardless of our presence or not. And obviously, as I say, we will be presenting a report within the next couple of months. But it's always an opportunity to draw a line and assess what's worked, what hasn't, internally within a community, and through your elected representatives, decide how do things going forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much again. Any other questions? Any other questions? Felt like I was gone then, but we're okay. Thank you. So could you introduce yourself first?
Good morning, Elizabeth Charles, CIG-TV News. Given the discussion around the referendum law being more sparse than the elections law, were there any positives associated with putting them together such that the referendum being attached to the election ballot meant that it would be aligned with the provisions of the elections law, even though the referendum law is somewhat sparse?
Well, I'll let Anne answer this if you could, regards the law. I mean, the laws are separate.
Yes.
The question of putting the ballot paper together is another one. I suppose it being in one place is easier to administer. So there is some practical positives from it. But in terms of the laws, they are separate, aren't they?
And the governance.
The laws are separate. And in a way, we're not necessarily here to offer you our personal opinion, much that we would love to offer our opinions. Really, because we will all have different opinions, influenced by where we've come from, what elections we've observed in our own countries and around the world. And there's a huge amount of freedom, though. There's this margin of appreciation within the sovereignty of the Cayman Islands, in that you are welcome to order things as you wish, as long as you are in compliance with the broad principles of international law. But how you decide to administer things, as long as they are open, transparent, lawful, rule of law is upheld. Those are the fundamental principles. And apart from that, you have freedom. So we observed that it was done. It was seen to be expeditious. Now, in general, it's not ideal to cobble any law together close to an election. You know, really the fundamental rules for elections need to be stable, because all the stakeholders need to know what they're dealing with. They need to order their campaigns in accordance with the law. And if the law changes very close to the election, it wrong-foots people and puts some at a disadvantage. The facts, though, really are that while the referendum law was very late, it's very minimal. Now, it's flawed because it's minimal, but it still is minimal. So it's not ideal, but it's certainly entirely a matter for yourselves to decide whether to conduct referenda in tandem with elections or not. It doesn't make a lot of difference as long as it's done properly.
So no benefits, no network benefits from putting them together.
I think what Anna said there was really quite a comprehensive answer and way better than I could have answered. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yep. Please.
We understand a ballot box was left behind at Prospect Primary School and not found until the next day. Were you aware of that? Or
yeah, I had a conversation with Mr. Wesley the day after, just to check if there was any issues or how things went. Can I say what he said to me? Or
it was in the media.
It was in the media, so I understand that there was no ballots in the ballot paper, in the box. But it was something that was brought to, it's not something we were judging or looking at, but it was something that was brought to our attention, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else wants to ask a question? Going once, twice. Thank you. I would say that at the end of the press conference, you'll be given a copy of the preliminary statement. It's also will be on our website. And just to finish, I'd like to pass on a personal thanks from us all for the hospitality that we've experienced here and the welcome that we've had from Cayman Islanders and the people that we've met. Open, transparent, and it's been a very positive experience for us. And we'd just like to say thank you on behalf of everybody on the election mission itself to all members of your community. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll call the press conference to an end. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll wait for the signal.
All righty, folks. There you have it. Just wanted to make sure that you could at least hear that press conference. So, nothing new. Certainly nothing exciting there. Instagram folks, you're probably going to disconnect. It's already 10:36. And of course, I do have work to do, but I do want to address two things quickly before we end the show today. So two things really, really quickly. The first one is this signage here. A couple people, I was talking about this at the beginning of the show, and someone reminded me to please don't forget to, whatever you were going to say about this. So someone sent a photo and video of Joey Hughes' sign up saying, why didn't he take down his sign? And Joey Hughes obviously saw the post. He reached out and he said, and I can only tell you what the man said, he said that his sign was taken down and it was re-added after midnight. So he actually had someone go out at midnight and add his sign back because that is his election office. Okay. I can't prove one way or the other whether that's true. I mean, it's a bit unusual to send someone back out after midnight to put up a sign to say vote. Did he not have sign up there before, like a general office sign stating that that's his Georgetown North constituency office, but he said that after the results came in, he put his sign back up. I mean, that's what he said. Like I said, I think it's weird that you don't have a general sign for Georgetown North constituency office is located here kind of vibe, and that what you would actually put back up is the sign instead to vote. So, O'Neila says I called BS. I mean, I don't know. It is a little bit weird. Irvlin says, why would you put up a sign after an election? So yeah, it is what it is. All right. Then the other thing I wanted to briefly mention before we wish you guys a wonderful weekend is to demonstrate to you that the Vote Yes group, although they lost the referendum, keep in mind that it was not a binding referendum on the government. Good morning, caller.
That's another foolishness. I want to say something and ring my bell and blow my horn.
Sure.
I say, what, stupidness, lack and all, because you had your sign up, you take it down, why put it back up? That desperation too, I call it. But listen, what I want to say, they need to keep Mr. Panton's name out of their mouth, because I say he is sure a turn look like in some people behind, because they must fall asleep with him under the bed, under the pillow, on the mind and everything. They need to leave the man alone. He is a good man. Stop scandaling the man. He needs to take a suit in somebody behind, because people are sickening. Wish the island well and stop speculating and saying all kind of stupidness. So this is what I want to do. Take that. Get the message.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
I want to tell Miss Brenda, maybe her phone is hot.
Oh Lord.
Because they did it to me the other day, because hackers out there. But my son is very good with phone. He's an ex-booker. He used to work Digicel. So if she wants, I could ask him to come by there and look at her phone for her. But that song, like they got her phone hot because they did it to me through the Baptist church the other day. And then now he fixed it that they can't hack it no more. But I lost a lot of stuff off of my phone. But I now had to change the number. I don't know. Because they out there hacking. Yeah, mine were hacked. Because I went and called, because they were trying to get 10,000 out of one girl that goes to the church. And how they get me is I called her. And I thought it's funny that this male voice answer my phone. I said, well, which man she got? But then she was sick. So I thought maybe some of the people are there, from the church to pray for her or something. And when I say hello, and then I ask them, I say, is this so-and-so phone? And they say, yeah. And first thing they click off quick and say, would you like to join a prayer meeting group? And I say to him, I say, sir, I don't know nothing about that because I don't even know who you is. And quick at that, he hang up, but he had done catch some of my stuff. Then after that, I tried to get into my phone and I couldn't get in. I went, wake my son up and I said, Julian, something just happened to my phone. So I called him, so, Mommy, your phone is hacked. He said, I can't do nothing now about it. Tell 20 the boy and I start to curse. And then they come back on a second time and said, and when they come phone back, I say hello, and then I'll answer. And I say hello a second time, nobody answer. When I say hello the third time, then I will answer, and I hang up. But then the mother came back to get more stuff. So then I called her on another number she had, and I say, tell me something. Something happened to my phone. Cause she said, because your phone hacked. She said, because they hacked mine to the Baptist church. And then she said the same thing. They called her, telling her about that if they wanted her to pray for them, and she tell them that she don't want people praying for her, that she don't know because they make be praying demons on her. And then she said the first message they get, because Pastor Bob was trying to, not Bob, I forget what her pastor name for the church right out in front of that they got a school. And she said that they tell her the first message come in, put 10,000 in Western Union. Then the second message, and they were trying to get 40,000, but all no. And then my son boy called, and then he get on to the number that He tell her this, he might be not able to find out, but he get way to hack it from some kind and whatever. But then, did find out because the pastor had one find out, but they were trying to get $10,000 out of her to the church. And my phone, I never had to change my number.
What a mess.
I'll change your number, but I'll change my number. There's a lot of pictures and stuff, so we know what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, you always got to back up your stuff. Well, thank you, darling. Appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
You too, they're doing that stupidness.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Yes, I mean, you got to try to protect your your stuff as much as you can, but trust me, they be trying. Even me, during the election, they were trying hard. But thank the Lord that I've got, an IT husband. So when the funny business started, they got $600 off of my, what's it called? PayPal account. All these years I've had PayPal. I've never had an issue. They got $600, but PayPal is very, very good. So PayPal actually did an investigation and they refunded the money. So that was good. Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, like I said, I know that I can't offer you any advice on IT that you don't already know, but I will just say to you that I saw warnings come out. This wouldn't apply to your computer, but just to say, because I've had some funny things happening with my phone, and I do have an iPhone. They were actually warning people that have iPhones that they should just be very careful when they put them on airplane mode, because the hackers then could access everything. Yes, they were warning people about that. And they said that you should go on your phone and apparently something about looking in settings, because there's something there that you can do to prevent that from happening. Because things like once Apple found out that was going on, Apple did something to override it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you heard that I ever committed a cybercrime, I'm innocent because I don't
You're not
know
capable.
anything about IT. But anyway,
yes, but the other thing too is this is why you've got to keep those phones updated. Anytime you see Apple pushing out an update, normally it's to fix something security wise. Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes I believe these updates too. I think when we had the older phones, that I call them the PhDs. You know what I mean? Push her dummy. I think they were a lot safer.
Yeah, well, I mean,
anything that is in cyberspace becomes very dangerous.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, I just wanted to say, it's after elections. I know some people are happy, some people are not happy. Hold on, I forgot to turn my iPad down. Hold on. Yeah. So, obviously, I don't think anyone is, and I say this with the overall selection, not the government that has been formed, but, with the people who got in. I don't think anyone was actually ecstatic, at the time. But, based on what we had to work with, I do believe we got the best result.
Yes.
And we just have to pray for them now that they, first of all, that they can stay together, work together.
Yes.
And but I am going to say congratulations to all, who were victorious. And obviously, I have my how should I say,
personal preferences.
Yeah, and my part of the heartbreak too, because obviously, it didn't turn out the way I'd hoped for. But I was conscious that this would or could happen. We've seen it before. And with that, you always have to have that plan B. And when I prayed about it, because I know everything is God's will, and if His will is not my wishes, then He let me understand why. And so that is where I was. And, but, now that we have formed the government, although I'm hearing, I'm going to say, different stories about who the speaker will be. Apart from that, I think it's been confirmed as to who the government will be. And since the speaker is coming from the outside, that did not have to be confirmed with the selection of the government. So we have to pray for them. And I think it was good and mature of them already to have a plan. You know, it was sort of chess game, I think, to keep out who they wanted to keep out, you know? And
yeah,
I you know, we just have to pray.
Yes, and I mean, let's also pray, you know, that the progressives this time around will not continually seek to undermine the current government. And a lot of people underestimate how much they did that last time. And, you know
what?
yeah.
Sandra, let me say this. Because if you notice, I did not mention them. But let me say this. Whatever they have done, whatever they are doing, whatever they plan to do, I say to the people, this is where you need to educate yourself so that you make better choices.
Yes.
Educate yourself on what is happening. Just don't listen to one source of information. Listen to all. This is how you know where they're at, what their plans are. If they're saying something you don't understand, discuss it with someone. Maybe they can help you to understand it because, you know, this is how you learn things. And it's nothing wrong, you know, even to call into a talk show or to the, what's his name, the newspaper. If they've printed something you don't understand, call them and ask them. If you have access to your representative, ask them. And they should make themselves available to answer your questions. So that is what I see as the biggest problem that we are facing. Our people are lacking political education. And that is why.
And education in general. And I mean, that's the benefit of this program, I think, is we try to break it down.
Yeah, I'm not going there to say education in general. I'm speaking about the politics of it, you know, politics, you know, and because clearly what we can see based on the results, this is what I say, clearly our people are not suffering as much as they claim they are. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had that result.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Before you get rid of me, let us just pray for our new government and that we know we won't get everything. I'm certainly not expecting perfection, but let us hope that at least some of the issues that are most pressing to Caymanians and the citizens of Cayman, that they are addressed. And not just addressed, but, you know, changes are made. What's it? Upgrades to whatever can be upgraded. But certainly the problems, the issues get addressed and acted on. Not just, you know, a lip service to anything. And with the group of people that we have, I really expect that they're going to attack the major issues that affect us and the way we live.
Yep. Thank you, Miss Brenda.
Okay.
Happy Friday. No, I completely agree with you know, her sentiments and what she said. And quite frankly, we have to you know, we have to give them a chance. We have to give them an opportunity, be supportive as much as we possibly can, and keep the expectations high. You know, nobody's going to get a pass around here. And the thing that I really love about this program and this platform, you know, like the gentleman called in, he's like, I don't really understand what's going on, but we can break it down. We can say, yes, this, and this. Somebody said, I like how you know, kind of walked him through that. That's no problem. I certainly don't mind doing those things. So Ms. Morne was asking earlier about Speaker of the House. We don't have any confirmation yet. I do know that it was offered to Mr. Ezard Miller, and I am waiting to hear whether or not he's actually accepted it. Mr. Ezard obviously has a lot of experience. He is someone that he has, you know, the he has the gumption and experience to hold people accountable. And I also believe to be fair, when he's sitting in that seat with that robe and wig on, I think he's going to do the right thing. So we'll see if he accepts the position. I know a lot of people are saying, why not give it to Sabrina Turner? And, this is aisle 2025 says, what about Sabrina? I don't know where Sabrina will land in all of this, but what I do know is Sabrina will be just fine at the end of the day. Good morning, caller.
Morning, Sunday. How are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. We having like a Christmas in West Bay.
Hi, West Bay West and all over West Bay. Yes, all over. Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah, I am extremely
what
proud.
Would I say? The West is the best. The West brought it.
I'm not going to go that far, but I want to say sincerely, I am extremely proud of Mr. Ralston Anglin and Mr. Andre Ebanks for the post that the other candidates has seen fit, or the elected member, shall I say, has seen fit to cooperate and give him those posts. I can see a lot of good things that is going to happen, not just in West Bay, but all over the island. Okay? Those two guys has a lot of patience, I know, and they're very diplomatic in what they do. They're not going to get hot-headed. I can tell you that there are people that listen, and not only listen, but pay attention to what people are saying. So that is a brilliant move that happened on Wednesday. Trust me, that was a very good move, and we look forward to see bigger things happening in West Bay, of course, in other places as well. So I just thought I would call in and make that little comment, and want to wish you all the best for the new weekend that's here.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you, darling. You have a beautiful weekend. All right. 936-2626. We're going to start to wrap things up. Yeah. All right. So, okay. So we're hopeful. We are ever so hopeful. Don't forget to vote in the poll. We're going to give you some poll results from last week's Friday's show. Remember the one about Miss Monique Hamity? A lot of you said, I think it was 60-something% of you said that she should have her status application reviewed. So the question was, should the status application of Miss Hamity Simmons be reviewed for possible revocation? And some 57% of you said, yes, it should be. So the relevant documents that I have in my possession, I will ensure that the persons in government who need to look into that get the documents so they can move forward. Did we go to Morne? No, let's do that now, honey child. Here we go. I will try not to curse during this segment, but it's hard when I'm talking about Morne. Is it Botes? How does he pronounce that last name of his? I don't even know. But this man legit has a problem. And so even addressing him, I have to think carefully about this, because if I believe that someone isn't firing on all cylinders and I address them, what does that say about me, I suppose, right? At some point, you've got to appreciate that you can't keep addressing crazy. However, I have a lot of time to talk about him because I don't think he's that crazy. I think he's trying a thing, right? And it is one thing, I suppose, for our own people to try to divide us. And maybe I am giving our own people a little bit of a blie when I say this, because as a Caymanian, we all have freedoms. Even the expats have freedoms, and they can certainly express themselves. But I'm a little bit more offended when an expat tries to come for me. Can I just be serious here for a second? That's the honest truth. Because I'm like, who are you? Where were you born? You were born Georgetown Hospital, North Side, whatever. Go to your own country and try to do that ish over there and see how well that goes for you. You come to Cayman. You have the privilege of getting Cayman status, of building these complexes that you turn around and sell for millions of dollars. And then you want to sit down and dictate what's happening in media and what media should be saying or not saying and what's going on here, and you coming for me? I'm like, really? What's up, Doc? Not today, Bobo. Not today. So somebody's saying that we should check into his status and have him deported. He has a problem. And what I've realized, quite frankly, is he really tries to, and I've seen him do this when other people are sending me, like he was attacking, Eden Hurlston and this one and that one. He really comes at people like with an obsession. Now, I get obsession because when I have an issue, I can be very, very hyper focused on it. And it's like I'm like a dog with a bone. When a dog got a good bone, he's not giving that up for nothing. You try and take that from him, he's gonna, and he's gnawing at it till there's nothing but a little stub left. And I'm kind of like that sometimes. But what this guy is doing, it's so funny because, they want to jump up and talk about, what do they call? Oh, you're a bully. What he does, constantly going after people. He lives. I don't know how this man actually gets any work done. He's supposed to be a big time developer. How does he get it done? Only God knows, because he stays on social media 24/7. Right? So this was Mr. Robert posted something saying, I wasn't successful, but thank you guys, et cetera, et cetera. Here what he says: we appreciate your time and efforts. Your campaign paying CMR to attack Michael. Oh, this was the Sabrina one. Consistently on an Easter Sunday was probably a big factor for this loss. The only person that liked it when I saw that comment was Lovell Marriott. Does that say enough? I mean, crazy knows crazy. I'm just saying. She's the only one who liked his comment. So I thought to myself, wow, this dude needs help. He goes to everybody's pages. So here he is on Robert's page. It's like the dude has nothing else to do. So he goes to Robert's comment. He's going to everybody that loses and blames it on me. It's a shame that we missed that one payment to CMR. What one payment is he talking about? And you got the bad press. Otherwise, you would have won. Okay. So Mr. Wayne Panton wasn't paying me. The TCC party had a contract. They haven't missed payment. So what is he talking about? Only God knows. What bad press? Now look at the irony of this, right? See how they're narcissistic and they try to gaslight you and play these games. During the election, they all wanted to claim that I wasn't giving TCCP any bad press. And then here we are now talking about, oh yes, that's why you got bad press. What did he get bad press about? Oh, you mean the story the post that was trending about his lawsuit, which we as media, to be fair to everyone, had an obligation to talk about? That was the bad press? Because did you listen to what I actually said in relation to that? How is that bad press? Some people can't make up their minds. They hate CMR. And on the, we're favoring this party. And then, look, some of them didn't get elected. So now that's my fault because, we gave them bad press. But if we didn't address it, she's playing favorites. They're all over the place. This is why, folks, take it from me. You cannot pay people any mind. You live your life and you live it with a degree of integrity. And you don't pay these fools no mind because they would drive you crazy. You would spend all of your time worrying about what other people think. Stop worrying about what other people think. Go read this book called I have the complete two book set, The Courage to Be Disliked. It means you don't give a damn. Seriously. You have to get to this point in life where you don't care what these people say and what they think. Our book club is going to be launching very, very soon. Yes, you've got to have the courage to be disliked because that means you are your own person. You don't sway with the wind, okay? You're not swaying with what Morne, whatever the heck his name is, Morne thinks. Or anybody else. because we know what the real deal is here. And that's why I say anybody who comes on this show knows that, am I biased? Of course I'm biased. Everybody is. Everybody has a preference. Everybody has a bias. And despite that, I try to be fair to everyone. There are people that I don't even like, and I come on here and I evaluate their situation and I am fair to them. That's how it works. He has a lot of time on his hands. Onelia says he's a board house husband. Maybe he needs to plan a trip to Haiti and speak over there. Oh, Jesus. He does seem bored. Here's another one. I can't remember which one this was. Oh, this is the same one. So that's what he does. Everybody else is saying, congrats, Robert. You did well. You went up against John. You almost took him. Keep at it. Go at him again next time, whatever. And here's this fool in the comment section, obsessed with CMR. Morne, your obsession isn't normal. And if I were you, I would go find a therapist to talk to. Clearly, you need someone to talk to. Go find a therapist. They might, because you're paying them, they're going to sit down and listen to you obsess all day. He's there on the TCCP page commenting every single minute. He even had the audacity the other day. Let me tell you all this because this man not playing with a full deck. He sent something around about Miss Jean Panton. Now, listen, I can tell you one thing, right? Wayne Panton is a really nice guy. But you ever want to see him come out of sorts and, box you down, for lack of a better term, you go and mess with his wife or his son. I mean, Mr. Morne, you don't know what lines you would be crossing. Let me show y'all what he sent me on April the 15th. Because this is when I know that this man, make him keep it up. One of these days, he can do it to the wrong command and they can really box him for true. He had the audacity. This is after he was cussing me and Karen on in our comment section. We already had done a show on him. He sends me this message. Look at this. Sandy, is this Jean's legit profile? Because apparently she had posted something, I think a comment about him, saying he is the evil slug I heard about tearing down Caymanians on the back of this little plane coming from Little Cayman about 2 years ago. Ignorant, reprobates, etc. Boy, Miss Jean got some big words in her definition, her vocabulary. To Jamaican guy with the name of a construction company in his shirt, it escapes me. I dared not take him on as I was alone and he was in the sky. He seemed vile enough to do something to me. And anyway, she goes on and makes some other comments. So he says, Dear Jane, you have me confused with someone else. I've never been to Little Cayman or the BRAC, and I'm 6'4" and do not enjoy little planes. We have never met in person. So maybe she was confusing him, but tell me something, because he says this post is 100% inaccurate and not about me. Why are you sending it to me? Why are you sending it? What does this have to do with me? Dude. And then the audacity to ask me if this is the legit, Jean Panton, Jean's legit profile. I said to him, Jean and I are not Facebook friends, so I do not know what her legit profile is. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. I am super, super excited. Good morning to you, Sandra.
Good morning, darling.
I am so happy.
Thank you.
That the people who decided to go to vote have sent our new 19 MPs. They sent a loud and clear message. You hear? That Caymanians and Cayman have had enough. That Cayman is for Caymanians. And I can only hope and pray the powers that be called the PPM will finally go sit down, shut up, and let the will of the people be done, because we have listened, we have learned, and it's not no more every 4 years we tune in, every 4 years we tune out. We have to get off of that mentality. To me, that's a generational mentality that we tune in and tune out and we don't give a darn. We have to give a darn because people have children and grandchildren.
That's right.
And what we are leaving behind should not be nothing. It should be something that when our students come out of school, they go into these programs and they are done so that they can have a way to get a job in this country. It's not no more about the rich man or rich woman. They can come to Cayman and they can buy all the property they want and get all the status grants they want. But they have to realize one thing, and I'm going to say this clear. I don't care who likes me after today or who don't, Caymanian or foreigner. When you come to the Cayman Islands, when you come on a work permit, it is a work permit. That is a gift given by us, the Caymanian peoples, through our immigration services to live and work amongst us. It does not give you any pathway to residency or status like you might be coming in your mind. You are a visitor in my country, the Cayman Islands, Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, and Little Cayman. And I'm tired of foreigners coming here and calling Cayman Islands Grand Cayman. There is only one Grand Cayman. There is only one Cayman Brac and one Little Cayman. We are the Cayman Islands, and I'm proud to say the Cayman Islands in the Caribbean, British West Indies. That's what we are, and we should be proud today that the good people did what they did. Enough is enough. I am going to say this, and then I'm going to end. There is an article that I just read on Newsweek, and I will send it to you, Sandra, later.
Okay.
It states there is a body in the U.S. for their immigration, UCCIS or UCIUS or something. They have just come out on the 29th of April this year, 2025, and issued a warning to all green card holders. And the U.S. government didn't piss off or piss down. Cayman should take heed on that. You know what it said? All green card holders in the U.S. should act as they are a visitor in their country. That's what the United States immigration people have come out and said. You are a visitor. As such, act like one. So to these foreigners who come here and put Caymanians down, who are my people, you ain't going to put me down. I have brown skin. I tan very quickly. And I have wondered for years why I do. We were told growing up that we were Scottish and English and Irish. Well, when the DNA was done, honey child, kaboom, you want to hear what it came out to be? Kaboom, it came out that this brown skin Caymanian is 68.9% Eastern European. Tell the foreigner go smoke that in their pipe or whatever they're drinking. But Cayman is for me and my people, and anyone, whether visitor to this island or work permit holder or investor, cannot buy me and cannot buy this government. I hope not either. And another note I'm going to touch on. We have a very rude foreign couple here in West Bay. 233 Caliste, right opposite, next to Conquest Home. This big old yellowish house. I witnessed them the other day and I got them on video. Dart owns the old Spanish Bay Reef Hotel property. They come on it. They've been coming on it for years and making their dogs poop. And I confronted them, and you know what the man told me? Oh, he's a misfaced European look like. He says to me, we allow people to walk on our beach I looked at him and I said, your beach? I said, no, you own to the vegetation. That down there is the king's bottom. The people land, that not yours. So you bought a piece of property. You know what I told them? When I get on my road, I gotta tell the people where you live, 233 Calypso. That's where they live. It's a face the old white man with a belly bigger than cowhide. And his wife is slim. I told them, you know what I told them? Cayman don't need your kind. Hike your stuff up and come out of my Cayman. Because you are a visitor
they must
in
remember.
my country, Cayman Island.
Yes.
If you want, as they do in Rome, they say do in Rome as the Romans do.
That's right.
You abide by your laws.
Absolutely.
Why are you down here pooping on private property, making your dog poop the whole length of the beach up and you are not picking it up? Come off of people's private property, Mr. and Mrs. House that name Caliste 233 Conch Point Drive. I will say this again. You are a visitor in my country. And so, do as the Romans did. Because if you did not bow to the Romans, they came in and killed you. You better mind Cayman and the new government. Don't start with the bunch of three. You know the three nationalities that needs to start on. I'm not going to call it. But we have too many foreigners in this country. We are 26,000 people.
I tell you what.
And we need foreigners, but some of these people, honey child, got to go.
They're true. The ones that are disrespectful. If you come here
Yes,
and if you're respectful,
ones.
listen, I've got a lot of friends that are foreigners and no problem.
Me
Everything's
too,
good.
honey child.
But you don't come with the disrespect. You don't be a Morne. You don't be a Larry and Linda. You don't be a Chris and Karen or whatever the heck her name was.
Amen.
Thank you, darling. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. And a visitor is such a visitor. When I go traveling, I coming in for a visit. And not coming to ask me to stay, because I don't want to stay in nobody's country. This is Cayman. And if we can't make it here, then the foreigners can't make it here, because they're the first ones to have to go. The no good ones have to go. And if the no good Caymanians don't like what I have to say either,
too bad for
they
them.
can join them. We have 9 aircraft. Let me end on this note, and I'm going to give you a big thing to do a kaboom. Anyone that wants to disrespect me, my Caymanian people, because I see it every day when I take a bus or out and about, people disrespecting my Caymanians on the bus. The madness, the disrespect for our elderly Caymanians needs to stop. So I have said many times, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. You are a visitor. I'll tell you what the United States government has told you. When in Cayman, you act like you are a visitor. We have good and bad in every nationality, but I refuse to make anyone tell me, because I come from a little dot on the map, that we do not matter in this world. We do matter. And it's about high time we set the bar where it needs to go. This is a reset. I'm going to say one last thing and let you go. Cayman Islands, listen to this Caymanian. I watch the news. I listen, I tune in around the world.
That's right.
It's not just Cayman Mile Road I listen to. I listen to NPR, if you people don't know that.
And you don't
National
listen.
Public Radio
You don't hear
and
what,
PBS.
Sorry,
who
you're not,
Donald Trump has told the federal government to stop the funding.
Oh my God, can you
no
believe
more
that?
funding. I have family in the U.S. that has children.
My God.
And grandchildren. And what have you done? You've destroyed our education. You're destroying the education in America. Well, thank God Almighty through his son, Jesus Christ, that he sent 19 Caymanians that listened to the people. And I want to give a shout out to every one of them. And I want to say this. Yes, Mr. Bush was unseated. Give him the credit where he deserves. But it's high time now he goes and sits down and let a generation that sees what is happening to this country run this country. I am happy to see that Joy Hill is in no premier. Kenneth Bryan Eaton and Julie Juju Kaze from Cayman Bright. I gotta say this to you today. Cause your people in Cayman Bright East is so full. You hear me, so full. Yeah, but what? We got see now how and good this school going go. Because we not get a school, honey, child. So we not getting no $100 million school. Because the Bright don't need it. So Julie,
you on fire.
Look around today, Juju. Joey Hugh, Mike Taggart, Mike Taggart, Alden McLaughlin, and the rest of them, and Kenneth Bryan, and Chris Sanders, and what I name is, Big Mud John. Look around.
Oh, God.
Do any of
And
you want to be?
Please don't forget P. Diddy, Chris Saunders. Ugh.
Oh, Chris Saunders. So we can't forget him. Any one of you got a seat at this table?
No.
Sandra, go back to win the callers told Kinney on your show a couple weeks ago. Do not go with the PPM. You are going to miss and make a mistake. Yes, he made a big mistake, Mr. Kenneth Bryan. He joined the People's Progressive Movement. The palm, and the mom. That's what I got them called. And here we go. Kenneth now got no seat at this table. And he lost. And the people told him he was going to lose. So Georgetown Central, he got nothing to get unless the 19, which is going to give the whole Cayman Islands what we need. And I will say this, Julie, you should have not ran and made Mr. Dan Scott get in. And you need to go now. Sit on the back bench for 4 years. Do not go trying to break the government up, Julie, because Cayman had enough of you. You sold us out like the rest. You put us in debt to the tune of 400 million. And God help us that the United Kingdom don't come down and run here again for another few years.
Thank you, ma'am.
So you go sit down. You go sit down. Go to that ground, Cayman Bright you got. Start planting your plantains, your cassava, your yam, your scotch bonnet, your season, and your mutton peppers, and your breadfruit.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
go feed your people. Go feed your people like Elijah.
Oh,
Another
my goodness.
note, Cayman Islands, get
If
ready.
I love you anymore,
America,
Miss,
hello.
hold on, honey,
America,
child. You're going to be better than them
America is
turned mangoes.
sending the world in a recession. So Cayman Islands got to get ready. A world recession is coming, Sandra, and it's going to reset everything it needs. And one of the things it's going to reset here, the little mice told me, is that all of these foreign workers, I go back to where Miss Heather Borden said, they are guest workers. That's what I'm going to call them. When the hotels can't get no tourists from America in the next couple of months because America go on recession and we follow it with the world.
Oh, the Canadians can be coming.
The Canadians can come and flare Air Canada and WestJet. Oh yeah, honey child. But the Americans won't be coming because they not got no disposable income to spend. So what gonna happen to all these guest workers? They gonna lay them off and send them home. So that is how Cayman, with the help of our government, will reset our immigration with the help of how the world works. Every 10 years we have a freeze, the winter freeze. We had a good one this year. It was about a year and a half off. We're going to have a reset of global everything, economies, countries, but mainly immigration. And that is going to help us get some of these no good riffraff foreigners in this country. And if the riffraff no good Caymanians don't like what I have to say, join them. We got 9 planes, and you know what it's called? Cayman Airways. Those who love us fly up. And here you go. When you're getting on that plane to get out of here, don't disrespect my Sir Turtle. Because you know what he might do? When you getting on, he might flap you in. And when you getting off, he might remember you were disrespectful and flap you off on the ground where you need to go, your home. So when in Cayman, do as the Romans do. Respect Cayman, respect Caymanian, respect our environment that goes for above ground and under the Caribbean Sea. because it is some of these foreigners that has gotten our shoreline. Gone with the young juvenile fish. There's no more to catch on parts of West Bay. So I say this, when in Rome, you do as the Romans do, but when in Cayman Islands, you do as the Cayman Islands do. You are a visitor. A piece of paper means you are a visitor. It is a permit, it is a residency, or it is a status. And unless I wasn't born yesterday, I'm almost 55. Let me tell you this. Those can be taken with a very few besides the ones in cabinet. So remember, you are a visitor in my country. God bless the 19 and God help them to work together for the betterment of my good place, Cayman Islands. Good day. Thank you, Sandra.
Yes,
you have blasted us out with the best of everything.
Thank you
and that
so
blast
much.
out means you are doing an excellent job. Keep it up, honey child.
Thank you, honey child.
Keep it up.
Thank you so much.
Goodbye. God bless the Cayman Islands and our
Thank
new
you.
19 MPs and our 11 government.
Thank you so
Good
much.
day. Bye-bye.
Wow, that was some church up in head today. Don't we feel blessed after that? We got to wrap it up now, but thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Let me take this last caller. You got your bell ready? That's what I need to hear. Okay, ring it. Ring the bell. Come on through.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She better than me. I don't know who she is, but I was gonna say, give her kaboom, and do stop. Keep your hand on the dial.
Kaboom button.
Listen, I want to put in this last before you leave, and I don't care if they like me for this. Because if they don't like me, I'll be like, oh, they can have me. But I am begging for Miss Romelia. You tell me if you agree with this. I think that they should give Miss Romelia a position. What they should do is pay her and give her permission that when she see these people throwing litter and stuff on the road, she got priority. She can call the grab truck or whatever to come and pick it up. When she sees discard vehicles and stuff, she can call the wrecker and come and tow them away. So that's what I'm begging, because she is, like I tell you, she's the iron lady. She never get in, but she got good intentions and good morals for the island. She don't want to see us bunged down with dirt and nastiness. So I think that she deserves a job. Give her
Thank you, darling.
Power that she could do stuff like that. And I don't care who do agree with me, but that's their business.
All right.
Everybody is subject to their opinion. And that's my last piece. And thank you. God
Yes,
bless
ma'am.
the Cayman Island. And we're going to make it. That woman is 100,000,000% right.
Yes, ring the bell. Kaboom. Thank you. Jim says, Sandy, bring these two callers on one of your shows together. You'll be able to sit back and relax. They can take the show over for me. Beautiful. Listen, we got a good sermon up in church here today. This wasn't just a regular classroom. This is a little bit of church. We can say, amen, hallelujah. Oops, wrong one.
Praise
there
the
we
Lord.
go. Thank you. Well, yes, she didn't take a breath, but she still told you all the truth, and it is what it is. All right, folks, one more topic, and then we got to go. Been a long day today. And look here, still over 600, almost 700 people on live. I hope y'all getting some work done today. Just because it's Friday, don't mean you shouldn't be working. I'm just saying. Let's get to the port thingy. Morne Botes or Boats or whatever the heck your name is, please go and take several seats. You are bored beyond belief. There's something wrong with you. Somebody said you don't have any friends in the real world. Social media stalker. These are the comments that came out about him. Irvlin. Siobhan says his obsession is not healthy. Time to get these riffraff foreigners in my country out, says C.E. Banks. Remember, you're a visitor in Cayman. You make the rules. We make the rules, not you foreigners. We have 9 aircrafts called Cayman Airways. Is it 9? Oh my gosh. Aquaman says very unnecessary. Why does boats have to be so mean for no reason? Some people only have energy behind the phone screen. So rude. Yes, that's him. Go find some real friends in the real world. It's so much more than just social media. Trust and believe me. Okay? You leave me alone and I'm going to be happy to leave you alone, but you keep coming for me and I will have time to expose you even more and to show people how incredibly stupid you are. Yes, I'm multitasking this morning. Honey child, I do that every morning. All right, look, the pro-port people, poor them, they cannot understand the word N-O. 63% of the people, over 63% of the people, said no to the port initiative. And you would believe they've given up, but look at them in their low port group called Vote Yes, Save Cayman Cruise Tourism. I don't know who this one is saying what's plan B. You know what plan B is? Plan B is go sit your little bonker down on the bench, like the backbenchers, and relax yourself. What do you mean what's plan B? The people have spoken. That is it. Leave it alone. Plan B is to fix tourism. Plan B is to fix public beach. So that's not a shithole that you see there. Plan B is to, improve on our product so that when people here, when they come here, they have a world-class experience. Plan B is to stop making the cruise ships run the tourism industry here in Cayman. Take our power back from them and say, look, we're going to spread this out. Plan B is to take that contract from Tortuga, where they're the only one who can sell liquor to the cruise ships, duty-free liquor. That is what Plan B is. Plan B is let's get it together. It's not to ignore the people's wishes. Some 63% of us that voted no. That's not the plan B. These people are crazy. Look at them. Wait and see who forms the government. Hear what they said. If PPM can get a government together, we will have a fighting chance. If TCCP and CINP merge and put a government together, it's game over for now. They have both made that clear. Then Mr. Dean jumps in, clapping, thumb emoji. Sanya says PPM has 7 seats. Chris said he will only work with PPM. Poor them. They're so desperate they would take P. Diddy. They only need 2, so let's pray they do the trading right. Really? Let's pray they do the trading right. The people have spoken, and we have said N-O. What language you'd like to hear it in? No, 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 no. Okay? No, 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 no. No port. That's it. Stop your foolishness. What y'all gonna do now? Pro-port people, you not got nothing else to do? Go out there and try and find some tourists. They need you. They need a good experience. Focus on that, honey jail. Oh my God. Yes, Miss Carol. They don't understand the word no. That's why Leon's in that group, because he don't understand the word no either. Damn rapists, wannabe rapists, according to his victims. Be posting another editorial about him today, another victim. Wait until you guys see that allegation. That's why he's in there, because he don't understand no either. He don't understand when a person drunk, your hand should not end up in their vagina. That's called without consent, and that's rape. Lord. Or at least sexual assault by penetration, or whatever the law calls it. Lord Jesus. He's not convicted yet. He's a free man out there running. But thank God not very many people voted for him, because now I would have been disappointed. I was already disappointed enough that y'all don't care what Chris has been up to, and the fact that he's harassing civil servants. He's against Caymanian business owners and all this other stuff. Y'all need Jesus. But don't worry. 4 years gonna circle back around, and we're not going to let up. All right. That's all I got for you now. Pro-port people, go have a drink. Support your local businesses. Oh, by the way, one more for you about these pro-port people. So CPR was having after-hour celebration with drinks, and they decided to support a local Caymanian business, and they were having it by Luigi's Place there on the waterfront. Now, Luigi, we've called him out when he was wrong, but he's still a Caymanian. So we try to work with him. And so he just needs to make sure he follows the law like everybody else. So they had sent out a little message saying, join CPR for celebration drinks tonight at 6 p.m. at Cabana. And look at these people. Look at in the ProPort group. They forward the message. Who is this Quinton Ebanks? Forward the message. And then Quinton says, please don't recommend any more cruise guests to Cabana. Luigi doesn't seem to need their business. And then I got this explanation note saying, hey, Auntie, I keep getting this sent to me. This was posted by someone who claims that CPR does not care about Caymanians and tourism or cruise tourism. We support our local businesses in tourism and otherwise. We also try to hold events in support of locally owned businesses who will welcome us no matter any political differences. It is sad that a Caymanian in tourism would attempt to boycott another Caymanian in tourism simply because CPR asked if we could come to their establishment for an after-election get-together celebration for everyone. That means that you, yes, people invited to, come and have a drink with your fellow Caymanians. The person continues. Proof that some people are only out for themselves no matter what. It is shameful and disgusting that any Caymanian would be this way towards another Caymanian. They're not got no shame, honey child. That is one thing that I know. Yes, Jasara, you see how dirty people are. They don't have no shame. Trying to tell people in the tourism industry, oh, don't recommend Luigi's little business there to tourists. That's not right. That is not right at all. He has good food. The service is all right. Why would you not recommend him? Where else is he going to go? So you only want the ProPort people to get the business now? Is that how this is going to work? Wow. Y'all not easy, boy. Y'all are definitely not easy, not at all. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. Strong Wilt says, leave Chris alone now. He's still representative of the people. And in fact, he's my representative. So I'm going to keep talking until he has a come to Jesus moment where he apologizes to all those women. That he apologizes to Randy Marin and he apologizes to the Caymanian voters. I will not be leaving him alone. He was not held accountable at the polls, but that don't mean that I'm not going to hold him accountable. These people are sick. Miss Shirley, good morning. Says, seeing people trying to tear down another Caymanian businesses just because CPR asked if we could have our election celebration for everyone, shameful. If they had any shame, Andrew says, this is one of the best Friday shows, CMR. Oh my gosh. All right, that's all she wrote, folks. I'm out. Please have a safe weekend. No drinking and driving. Enjoy your celebrations, safely. Call a friend if you've had too many drinks to give you a ride home. No drinking and driving. We need to curtail that. There's too many people getting injured and hurt on our, roadways. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Be safe out there, folks. Everybody have a fantastic weekend. I'm out of here. I got to go get some work done. Oh, by the way, one quick one. I think that, who was it that said about donations to CMR? Oh, God. Who was it that said that? Oh, I can't even remember now. Hold on. I think it was, hold on. Somebody asked the question, how can they donate to CMR? Let me see. Was that you, Andrew? I can't remember who it was. I'm trying to find the comment. Sandy. Oh, Lucky Body says, Sandra, is there a way that people can donate to your platform? I'd love to contribute to new tech in your studio. Well, if you talk to Marlon, he's going to tell you she don't need one piece more equipment. He's going to tell you, please keep her off of Amazon, honey child. He would laugh if he saw this comment. Lucky, thank you so much for even the consideration and the question. But you know what? I have been blessed beyond measure. Honestly, I don't need or want a single dollar towards what I do here. I run a business. I run multiple businesses, in fact. And thank God, I have a little bit of common sense and a little bit of business knowledge. Business is good. So I'm good. I am perfectly fine. But thank you from the bottom of my heart. for even asking the question and even, thinking about me. I am beyond blessed, and I don't need a contribution. I know other media, even the Compass at one point was begging money. I've never had to do that. And some of you even came forward for my legal fund. And when I get that money back from the government, I can tell you I'm going to put that towards some gift cards and help other people in my community. I am now in a position, an enviable position where, I am no millionaire, I'm not rich, whatever, but I work hard. And I know what it is to be in need. I know what it is to be struggling to get your education, to worry about where that next meal is going to come from. And I can say that I am not in that position anymore. And I want to help people in my own community. I want to help Caymanians. That's why once a month, we have decided we're going to sponsor the senior lunch. Poor Miss Stacy, she's become chef extraordinaire. And they really seem to appreciate it because every time I go there, there's not a container that is left with food. All empty containers, honey child. And that warms my little heart to see them enjoying it, to say, oh, Miss Sandy, we love your brownies. We love this cake. This tastes so good. I love to feed people. So thank you. If there's ever a day that I'm in need, if it ever changes, I'll let you know. But as of today, God is good. God is good. Next week, Friday, we're going to be celebrating into the weekend. Yes, all good. All right, Onelia, final comment. I wonder if Brian will be held financially responsible for all the government money wasted on the pro-port campaign. We need our money back in the coffers. I doubt it. Yeah. Don't see that happening, honey child. Once it's spent, it's gone. It's out of there. Anywho, amen. Have a beautiful weekend, folks. We'll see you on Monday, God's willing.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels and visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.